Hey, what's up everyone? So in this course, I'll be showing you how I recreated my portfolio site using React and styled components. Previously, I had created my portfolio site using pure HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and I also dropped some tutorials on my YouTube channel. Most people liked it and asked me to redo it using React. Okay, so here is the new version of my portfolio using React and styled components, and I also made a lot of improvements on this particular portfolio, made it better than what we have here. So the old version was good, but I made some very cool changes on my new version. Okay, and for the old version, you can access it on chowcharles-v1.netlify.app, while my current live version is available on chowcharles.dev. So in case you want to check them out, these are the links to these specific sites. Okay, now we will be comparing each section so that we see what improvements I have made on each section. Okay, so let's start with the hero section right here. So this is the old version of my hero section. We had a logo here, and then we had a very awesome side navbar. When I click on it, we had some cool animations going on and custom hamburger menu and custom icon right here, which was really awesome. Okay, also we had animated text. So when I refresh this page, you should see that we have some animated text going on right here, which is cool as a first impression. Front-end web developer is very clear, the tech stack. So when someone lands to this particular portfolio site, they immediately know what I'm doing, the tech stack that I'm using, and they can immediately decide whether I'm a person they are looking for or not. So yeah, this was good, but this one is much better. One of the reasons that makes it better is because this navbar right here is meant for desktop, and for mobile version, when I like click this way, inspect the element, we should now have that side navbar which is animated. So when I click on this one, we have this side navbar which is also animated as we have here, but this has a smooth transition between the hamburger menu icon and the X icon, and we are also animating the links. Also, we have cool hover effects for the links, both on the desktop and mobile mode, and we are maintaining the same format for this section where we have animated text, front-end web developer, and then the tech stack that I'm using. And now I'm improving the CTA buttons, the call to action buttons. Right here, I'm taking a user directly to the projects, unlike here where I'm telling them get in touch. So it's good that they see the projects even before they decide to like get in touch. And if they want to get in touch, they can come here, hire me, or they can come to contact. So get in touch is still accessible from this particular portfolio. But from here, you can see the projects are not easily accessible, not unless you come to the side navbar and go to projects. So this is a much better UX and also UI. Also, we have links to various social sites. We have YouTube, GitHub, and Twitter in case they want to reach out to me, in case they want to see the code. And since I'm doing a lot of content on YouTube, I also have my link right here, which is cool. And this is fixed, so on every section they'll be available right here. Also, I'm animating this arrow right here, which is telling us there is more content down, unlike here, which is just static. Okay, but it is still work. When I click this one, it takes us to the about section. Also, when I click on this one, it takes us to the about section. And now another cool feature is our navbar disappears when we scroll down, so that we have more room for reading the content. But when I scroll up, our navbar comes back and we can go to any other section that we want. When we go down, it disappears. When we go up, it appears. So that is a very awesome feature right there. And I'll be showing you where I got this kind of inspiration from, which is awesome. Another cool thing is that we are having a custom scroll bar right here, which is matching with the theme. unlike on this one, which is just regular scroll bar, which is not bad, but this is much better. It makes the site to look more custom, right? And then now for the about section, we are waving right here, it's animated, while this was just static. So I think this is a much better design, which is kind of creating some attention like there, hey. And then we have a cool animation around the image, while this one had a drop shadow. I think this is much cleaner. And also we are justifying the text. Here we were not justifying the text, and I think this section for the about looks much better in my case. And also I'm changing the background to dark blue instead of this black color right here, which makes it to look sharp and bright, which is awesome. So this is it for the about section, and we can go to the next section. In this case, the next section is the projects. So I'm pressing the projects to be at a higher priority than what we had here. Here we had services next, okay? Since it's a portfolio, I think a job recruiter or someone who is wanting to hire you would like to see the projects you have done first, even before they decide to see the services or to contact you. So that is why I changed the arrangement and included projects right here. And let's see the projects for this one. So I have made also improvements on the project section. First of all, this was just an illustration, which is bad. We should actually be having like a screenshot of this particular project right here. And then we didn't have a link to the project. We just had the code. But some recruiters don't care about the code. They want to see a working thing, which will be cooler than just going to the code. Maybe they don't even know how to code, so they want to see something that is working. So in this case, I included both the code and the project link. And also when you click on this image, it takes you to the project itself. And also look at this hover effect right here for the image, which makes it much nicer than what we have here, which is just static. And then for this section, I'm also including the tech used in this particular project in form of tags than what we have right here. We don't have any like tags, not unless we read and dig deeper to see which tech stack was used. But in this case, it's very easy for someone who is wanting to hire you to see. Here we have React, Redux, Firebase, CSS, and Materialize CSS for this particular project. And they can click View Project to see the live project, and they can click View Code to see the code itself. So I think this is a much better design for the project section than what we have right here. So it's a very good improvement that I made. So this is the project section for the next one. So here you can list like your best 3-4 projects if you want for the recruiter or the person who is wanting to hire you to see them. In my case, I'm also including the courses because, you know, personally, I'm doing more of content creation than looking for a job. So I have my courses right here. So this is it. And then we have services now after the projects in this case, while in this one we had services right here. So what improvements have I made on the services? I included the services in form of cards and included cool design for the icons right here. Also, I nicely aligned my content. So in this case, you can see they are all in one straight line right there. But in this case, when you look closely, you see this responsive design and PSD to HTML are not well aligned. So for this case, I think this is much better design than what we have here. Okay, this was good, but this is better. So this is cool for the services. And if you don't want to call them services, you can include skills right here and explain what you can do. Okay, and then after this is the contact section. For the contact section, the improvement that I have made is that I'm adding this illustration, unlike what we had in our old portfolio. So this is the old portfolio. This is the new look for our contact section. So we have the a brief description here to convince someone to contact us, and then email and Twitter, is my preferred way for someone to reach out to me. You can also like include a form here, but I didn't want to make these to be too much or too long. I wanted to have a complete thing going on, and I can make improvements later on. So I'll be improving on this portfolio, adding a timeline, adding maybe testimonials, and I'll be dropping videos for free on my YouTube channel. So please make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is Chaoo Charles, and turn on post notification so that you don't miss any of those videos if in case you are interested. Okay, so this is the new look for the contact, this is the old look, and then after that is the footer, and also after this one is the footer. And this new version, we are creating it using React and styled components. And this is a good place to mention that I expect you to have some basics working with React and zero knowledge working with styled components. So I'll be introducing you to styled components, but I'll be expecting you to already know React, because I'll be just using React but not teaching everything from scratch in React. Okay, so yeah, this is it. This is the new look for my portfolio, which looks very awesome, and I'm really happy with it. I'll be still making improvements on it, but for this case, first of all, I want to get this course done, and for you to have it, and also maybe improve your portfolio using the same design. You can change the colors, change the theme, change anything that you want, and make the portfolio to be your own. Okay, so this is some cool content right here. So again, this was my old site. If you want to create this one using HTML and CSS, I have free tutorials on my YouTube channel. You can go and check them out. This is it for this section, so I'll see you in the next one. So before we continue, I would like to mention that this particular video is just a part of my premium course on building and deploying a responsive portfolio using React and styled components. So I have the complete course on Gumroad, and from this Gumroad you'll get to get all the 15 lessons, while this video covers up to the hero section. Okay, so in this particular video you learn how to use React and styled components, how to use props in styled components, how to do animations. We will create the NavBar together, the custom scroll bar together, the top banner, and the hero section in this particular free version of the course. But if you wish to create the about section, the project, services, the contact, the footer, and also the deployment of the portfolio, then purchase my premium course on Gumroad. It is so cheap, it's going for $5 or more. So if you feel that this is worth more than $5, you can just tip me at $10, $20, etc. And what you get, it's 15 lessons, step-by-step guide, the source code, and downloadable videos, which you can also stream live on Gumroad. Okay, so I'll leave a link at the description section below to this particular course, so for those who are interested can purchase the entire course. Also, if you join my channel as a member, either as a top fan or as a super fan, then you'll get access to the premium version of this particular course. And to conclude, I decided to include this free version here on YouTube for those who may not be able to purchase this particular course. And actually in this particular free version is where you'll get to learn the core concepts of using React and styled components. And from there, you'll be able to style your own components using styled components without issues. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to mention this. So please go and purchase my course if you are interested, and I'll be really happy for that. So a quick intro about myself. My name is Charles. I'm a JavaScript developer, a tech YouTuber, a freelance web developer, a mentor, and I recently graduated on my IT degree and currently looking forward to be a full-time content creator. So with that said, you can support me on my YouTube channel, which is Chaoo Charles. I'll leave links at the description section below if you are watching this on YouTube, and if you are watching this on Gumroad, I'll leave a file with various links, okay, so you can always check it out. And on my YouTube channel I have cool content like Manstack full course in 10 hours, which is totally free. I have React and Redux toolkit free course where we create a complete shopping cart using React and Redux toolkit, which is also free. React tutorial for beginners in 2 hours, a very solid course for beginners who are just getting started, and much more. We have tutorials for HTML and CSS, tutorials for authentication in React and Redux. We have tutorials for the man stack, that is Node, MongoDB, Express, tutorials for React, Redux, Firebase, and much more. So please check out my channel, and remember to subscribe, turn on post notification so that you don't miss any of my videos, okay? And then in case you have any questions, you can always reach out to me on Twitter at chaocharles, or you can use my email, which is chaocharles@gmail.com, and I'll be happy to get back to you. Also, I highly recommend that you join my Discord server, where we have a very cool community of 24 members currently. I'm hoping this number will grow with time, and it's called Web Dev Enthusiast, okay? And this is why you can like ask a question, participate in general chat, share or showcase your projects, share memes, provide video suggestions or courses suggestion, and so on. So I highly recommend that you join this Discord server, because you can be able to interact with me right here and other members who are doing the same thing as you are on this particular Discord server, okay? So yeah, I just wanted you to know a little bit about me, so in the next section we can continue with the course. So in this section, I want to show you how you can download your own SVG or illustrations for your portfolio. So that includes the background that I'm using on my hero section, how you can create your own custom logo. For the image right here, I expect you to like take an image using your phone or your camera, and then edit the image to be a square image, so that when we edit it or we code it with CSS, it will become a perfect circle. And then for the projects right here, you can just use screenshots of your project if you don't know how to like design so much. So just take screenshots and you can use them right here. But I'll show you a software which you can use to like customize those particular images, okay? The same for the rest of the projects. For these ones, these are just icons. We will be using React icons, so don't worry about that. And then I'll show you where you can get an illustration like this one, okay? So the illustration for this section and for the hero section, I'll show you how you can access them. So I usually make use of Undraw for illustrations. It has very high quality illustrations and SVG images. So you can just go to browse now, and you can see some of them right here. You can search for specific illustrations. So I can search for code if I want illustration related code. And the thing is, I tried to look for this illustration, but I think they made some update. I had gotten this a while ago, but right now I can't see it. But you can just choose any other illustration that you think it's awesome, okay? In this case, I'll show you an example with this one, HackerMind. So I'll download it as an SVG. You can download it as PNG, but if you want to like edit it to be more custom, we need to download it as SVG. So I'll download as an SVG, and then I usually make use of Inkscape, which is a free software for editing SVG images or creating custom illustrations and so on. You can download Inkscape. Just search for download Inkscape, and you'll get to a page like this. You can download for Windows, Mac, Linux, etc. Okay. Another software that you can use is Figma. You can use Figma to edit your SVG, okay? In this case, I'll be using Inkscape. So I'll open my Inkscape right here, and I can just drag and drop my SVG to Inkscape. So I'll minimize the window right here, and okay, I just need to like have access to this file down here, and then drag and drop it right here. So there we go. So you can do that if you want. Let me maximize it again and minimize. So this is the SVG that we have right here. So you can click on this icon. Okay, this one, this is for ungrouping the selected groups. This is for grouping the selected groups. So if I click ungroup, then it will ungroup them, and each of this section will be an individual section, which is cool. And then I can like select this dude like this, and it will also select other parts of this SVG. So maybe what I can do, I can click on this dude individually like this. You see, you can like remove all these parts of this person. You can remove them, you can remove each of them. So I have brought them down here, and then I can like highlight all of this and press backspace, and it will delete that dude from our SVG. Now we also have this line which is part of the SVG, and I can also remove it. And what remains for our SVG is this part right here, which is now a bit custom, and you can work with it. Also, you can change colors if you want. So if I highlight this one, I can choose colors down here. You see, you can change the colors. I can use Ctrl Z to revert to the previous color that I had. So you can customize the SVGs using this particular software. Also, you can customize your images and stuff. So you can learn more about Inkscape from YouTube videos and so on. You can add text. So here we have the text tool, and actually this is for like changing the font and stuff. So if you want to add the text, you use this one. I click this one, then when I click here, I can say code, and we have a very big text right there. Now from here you can change the font, you can change the font size. So maybe let's go with 144. Apply. Look, now it's smaller. You can change the color. Awesome. You can select this, and then you hold on shift, you select the code here, then use this tool right here for aligning. You can align it to the center like this, center on vertical axis. So this is centering horizontally, then this is centering vertically on horizontal axis. I hope that makes sense. But the thing is, you can use this and this to like center that text. So if you are like customizing the image for your projects, you can do this, okay, which is awesome. So I don't want to waste so much time on this one. I just want to proceed. So the thing is, at the top you'll see that we have file, and you can export PNG image. Select drawing right here so that you like select the entire image, and then choose a location right here, export as, and then you just export. Okay, so play around with it and you'll figure it out. So that's how you can like customize the illustrations. And then for the logo, you can make use of this particular website called Logo Maker without an E, and I'll leave a link at the description section of the course. And this is so cool for creating a custom logo. That is what I used for my simple one, and let's try to create a simple custom logo like mine. So first of all, we have coffee. You can search for icons right here. So I can choose any coffee right here, and then I can search for blanket or blankets. Okay, I hit enter, and look, we have a lot of blankets right here which I can use. And in this case, I can choose any of these. Let me choose this one. It's so big. I can go back right there, choose it again, or if we have the other one that points the other way around, you can choose it. I'll go with it. So what I can do, I can drag this to the other side so that it faces this way, and I can decrease the size for this one so that it's smaller, just like that. You can see the height and the width right here. So at this point it has a width of 80 and a height of 240. So we can make this to have a width of 80. So let's go to 80. There we go. And a height of 240. I think so. Was it 240? I'm not sure, but I'm just showing you, so it doesn't matter in this case. So I'll go to 240. I'll go to 241. And then you center this one. I can decrease its size, center it right there. Then I bring in this one right there. So you can see you can use this website to create a custom logo for yourself. You can add a background like I did for mine. I used a square, so I can like right click it and send this to back, and then I center everything else in there. Also, you can change colors right here. You go with the one that you want. You can also change the color for these ones. Play around with it. You can add text if you want. Chaoo. You can change the color for the text. I'm just like showing you this. You can drag it at the bottom, at the side. You can change the font to any that you want. Okay, so become creative and create your own custom logo. And then what you can do, you can click on save logo right here. Okay, so when you come to this one, if you want to have the SVG files, PDF and high resolution file, you can pay a small amount for it, but it's not necessary. You can still download the low resolution file, which is not like bad since it's free, and since it's you'll be keeping it as a small image, then the resolution won't be that bad. Okay, so download low resolution file. So yeah, try this one out and create your own custom logo. Once you download a logo, you can go to favicon.io stroke favicon-converter. I'll also leave a link, and what you can do is that you can drag and drop your logo here, and it will create a favicon for you, and you can just download the favicon. So let me show you. If I come right here, I had already like created a React app, and I expect you to already have basics working with React. Okay, so you can click here, type cmd. So this is a folder called portfolio. You can create a folder called portfolio, and then click here, type cmd, hit enter, and then once you hit enter, you can run npx create -react -app space and then a period or a full stop. And once you hit enter, this will create a React app inside this folder, assuming that you have Node.js installed. Again, I'm assuming you have basics working with React. So this will install a React app, okay, or create a React app. Once it creates a React app, you can go to public, and then inside the images, you can include all your images in here. So I have my profile pic, which is a square image. I have, okay, I didn't show you the chart SVG. I'll show you where it is. I have the landing page image right here. I have my logo. I have the project's images. Also, you can include them in a folder if you want. But in this case, since I don't have a lot of images, I just included them, all of them right here. Okay. Now I wanted to show you about the favicon. Once you drag and drop your logo right here, so let me have these right here. I can drag and drop the logo right here, and then when you download you will have a favicon. I think you'll get a zipped file, unzip it, and get a favicon from there. And once you get the favicon, you can just go to the public folder and replace the React favicon with your own favicon. Okay, actually I need to do that. Okay, so let's do this together. So you can just download this one. It is a zipped file, and then I'll need to unzip it. So I'll go to downloads and unzip it. So this one, I'll unzip it from here. So I'll go to extract all, extract, and then I can open this folder, or it has opened itself, and we have all these files. So I just want this one right here, favicon.ico. So I'll copy that, and then I'll go back to my project and I'll delete this one. This is for React, so I'll hit shift delete and then permanently delete it and then paste mine. So this will be mine. Okay, for some reason it is still bringing this one, but it is not the one. It has like updated. I don't know why it usually behave like this, but it will soon update to what we just like copy pasted. Let me show you where I got the chat icon or illustration. It's from Andro. You can search for email. I hit enter. Now when I scroll down here, here it is. This is the one that I used on the email. You can choose any other if you want, like a newsletter. You can choose this one. And when I scroll to contact, you can see it is the one. Okay, so yeah, this is just a quick overview on how you can come up with your own illustration and graphics for those who don't know how to do it or where to begin and stuff like that. Okay, so that it will be it for this particular section, and now in the next section we'll start to code our portfolio now that we have images and stuff. So again, let me repeat this so that we are together. Once you create a React app, go to Fabric, create a folder called images, drag and drop your images right here, or like save them right here. Okay, and then right here replace this favicon.icon with your own. For some reason this hasn't updated yet, but I'm sure it will update with time. That is it for this episode, and I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode or section, I told you to create your React app and then inside the public folder to add an images folder, and in the images folder is where you will add your logo. So I have mine right here, logo.png. This is also where you will add your landing page illustration, which we will use at the background. So I have mine here, and then we will have the chart illustration. I have it right here as an SVG. You can also have it as a PNG, there is no issue. And then have your profile image or your image. I recommend a square image so that when we style it with CSS, it will be a perfect circle. And then have your project's images. So I have this one right here, man. I have this one altk, and I have this one sppms.png. Also, you can use one image as a placeholder and then change it later on. Okay, so have them here. You can separate them in folders if you want, but for simplicity and since there are not a lot of images, I have all of them right here. Okay, and then in the public folder, I also told you to replace the React favicon with your own custom favicon, and you can see mine has already updated right here. Okay, so you'll give it time if it doesn't update immediately. So I have mine right here. Now you can go back to the root of the your React application and I'll open this again with on my terminal. So I'll type cmd. Since I'm on Windows, this will open that React application on the terminal right here. Okay, so I'm on this particular directory. Now what you would like to do is to install style components and React icons to begin with. These are the two third-party dependencies or libraries that we will be using in our React portfolio. I don't think we'll be using any other. Okay, so we'll be using styled components for styling our React components and various elements, and then we will be using React icons to add icons. So to install is so easy. We just need to learn npm install styled components and npm install React icons. Okay, so this is what you need to do. I have already installed, but I want to show you the command that you need to learn. So just learn npm I. So I is the short form for install, and then styled hyphen components, and then you include the space, and then you include React hyphen icons. And when you hit enter, this should install both styled components and React icons in your React application. So I won't run this command, but for you, just run this command to install those two dependencies. Okay, and then I'll open this folder or this React app on Visual Studio Code. So Visual Studio Code is my preferred code editor, and I highly recommend the same. And I'll just run code and then space and a period or a full stop. And when I hit enter, this should open that particular React app on Visual Studio Code, and I'll give it time to open it. So here I have my React app opened on Visual Studio Code, and I can zoom in. I'll use Control Plus so that it's a bit bigger. I hope it will be visible. So I want us to clear out some files, but first of all, when I check it, my package.json file right here, we should see that I have already installed those two dependencies. So when I check it, our dependencies right here, you should have styled components, and also you should have React icons. Okay, which is cool. So I will close this file, and then I want to clear out some files. So I'll select app.css and then hit Control. I'll select app.test.js. I'll select index.css, and then I will remove the React logo. I'll remove report web vitals. I'll remove setup test. So I'll delete all of these files, and I'll hit shift delete to permanently delete them. So make sure you are deleting the right files, because when you permanently delete, they'll go forever. So I'll delete, and what I'll remain with right here, it's just app.js and index.js. And since we have removed those files, let's also clear the content of our app.js right here. So we have removed app.css and the logo. So I'll just clear out this, and then I'll clear the content of our app right here. Let's just have a div. So I'll clear the class name right there, and I will also clear the header. Let me correctly select it, and let's just have app in here just as a placeholder. I'll say const app is equals to, we have those brackets, and then right here we have an arrow function. I just think that it's fancier this way. And then I'll save this file, and I'm using Prettier to auto format my file. So Prettier is a Visual Studio Code extension which will auto format my code whenever I save. Okay, and then let's go to index.js, and I'll clear report web vitals and the comments here. Also, I will remove the import and also the CSS. Okay, so I'm just clearing the files that we have deleted, and then I save. And then I want to tell you an extension that you need to download right here or install. And this extension is for working with styled components. So it's called VS Code styled components right here. Okay, so install this particular extension. It will allow syntax highlighting for styled components. Okay, so please install it. And then you can also install Pletia. It's a pretty good one right here. So you can also install this one. Install Pletia and install VS Code styled components. Those are the ones that I highly recommend in this case. Okay, so I'll close that one, and I won't be touching on index.js anymore, so I'll close it. Okay, and then we need to install or import our fonts. So we'll go to Google Fonts. So on the browser, just search for Google Fonts or navigate to fonts.google.com, and right here we will have access to various fonts which we can choose from. I will be using Poppins. I think it's a cool font, and ShareTech Mono. So right here I'll search for Poppins, and here it is. I'll click on it, and then I'll select various fonts like style for Poppins. So I'll select the 200, which is extra light. I'll select 400, which is regular, and then I'll select a bold one, which is 500, which is medium bold. And then we have I'll select 700, which is bold, and extra bold I'll go with 900. Okay, so it's good to like select them so that when you set a font weight of 900, then it will appear sharp. Okay, it won't be blurry. So I have those, and then I'll go back somehow. I'll click Google Fonts again, and then I'll search for ShareTech Mono. So ShareTech Mono, here it is. So this is a mono font which we'll be using in various headings and stuff. So I highly recommend you choose a mono font. You can choose Firacode, DM Mono, and so on. So in this case, I'm going with ShareTech Mono. It's just one font style which is regular, and I'll select it. Now I'll be adding this using HTML. So I'll copy these links for HTML. So I'll highlight and then use Ctrl C, and then I'll go back to my React app, go to public folder, and this is where we have our index.html file. So I'll open it, and I'll paste them inside our head tag. Okay, so just before the title, I'll paste those two links right here. Okay, and then I like to like clear out the comments and stuff, so I'll clear them out. In my case, it's not necessary, but I'll just clear them out. And then also I'll clear the comments so that this file will look a bit cleaner. And then I will save, and now we are importing our Poppins right here, and also ShareTech Mono, which is cool. So we can be able to use those fonts anywhere in our React application. Let's update the title right here. So I can start with my name, the one that I want to appear on my React portfolio. So Chaoo Charles. You can add your own name, and then I like to include a pipe, or I don't know this symbol what it's called. I usually call it a pipe. And then I'll include front-end developer right here. So front-end web developer, like that. Okay, and then I can save that file. So from now on, we have gone through the initial setup, and I think we can start working with styled components. So first of all, we will add global styles. Okay, so even before we proceed to global styles, we first need to make sure that our app is running. So open your terminal and run npm start, and this will start your React app on localhost 3000, and it will automatically open on the browser like this. Also make sure that your console doesn't have any warnings or errors. So for me, I'm good to go since this is working. And what I will do, inside the src folder, I'll add another folder called components. So right here I'll say components. I hit enter, and then inside the components folder we'll add another folder called styles, and this is where I'll be including all the styles for my React portfolio. Inside the styles, I'll create a new file and I'll call this one globals.styled.jsx. So I'll say globals.styled.jsx. And this is another naming convention for files that has our styles, while for normal React components they won't have this .styled. Okay, it's optional. Okay, it's optional to do this, but I think it's a good way to name our files that have various styles. So I'll hit enter, and this is the file that we will use to add our global styles. Okay, so right here, I'll start by importing a helper function called create global style. So I'll import create global style. It is down here. When I click on it, you can see we have auto imported it from styled components. And then down here, we will create what we call a styled component. So we'll say const global styles. And since we'll be importing it in our app.js, we need to also export it. So I'll say export const global styles, and we'll set this to be equal to, now we can make use of create global style right here. So I'll say create global style, and then to invoke this, we usually make use of backticks. So right here, I'll include some backticks. This is a character just before your one on the keyboard. If you have been using React and JavaScript, you definitely know about it. And now in here is where we can write our normal CSS. So I'll select all the elements using a star, and I'll select all the pseudo elements using a star, a double full colon, and I'll say before. And then after this one, I'll use a comma, and then I'll select all the after pseudo elements. And then after this one, I'll use the curly brackets, and in here we can write our normal CSS properties. So what I want to do is to reset all the margins. So I'll set this to 0 and reset all the paddings. So I'll set this one also to 0, and then I will set the box sizing to border box. So this is supposed to be a semicolon, and you can see we have this syntax highlighting, and this is because of the Visual Studio Code styled component extension that we installed, so which is really awesome. So I'll tab right here and I'll add box hyphen sizing, enter. Okay, I don't like this autocomplete, it's messed up. And what I will do, I'll set this one to a border box. So this will prevent our padding and our border from increasing the size of our elements, or the width and the height of our elements. Okay, so box sizing to border box. And now we have some basic stylings going on right here, and we can actually now import global styles inside our app.js. Okay, and as I told you, we can use it as a normal React component. So what I will do, I'll include some React fragments to begin with. So let me remove the div, let it be a fragment, and then let me bring this down here, so that in here I can make use of my global styles, which is what we are exporting right here, global styles. Okay, so I'm just supposed to include it at the top here. So I'll say global, and you can see we have this suggestion to auto import it. When I click, it's auto imported from our styles global style. So yeah, from that particular file, and we have it here, and we can use it as a normal React component. Although what we did in global.styled is include some CSS styles like this. So this is why this is called a styled component. You are using it as a normal component, but you are writing CSS in it. And why do we need it? Why do we need to go through all this? One of the reasons is we can pass props to this particular component and use it in our styles to dynamically display different stuff. And another cool feature is that we can theme our app. We can use some kind of theming, and also you can use it to have a theme switcher and stuff, which is awesome. Also, when we do this, we are avoiding using class names. So whenever you think of something that you need to add a class name, instead of using a class name, you can create a styled component like this and include the styles for it. Okay. And then another cool thing is that we can nest styling, as you will see how we can do that later on. But for now, I want us to add a theme for our app. Okay, now we have this global style going on and we have included it here. So let's save app and then go to our browser and see if we have any effect. So I have saved it. Let me refresh. We see if we are removing the padding and the margin for all the elements. Now look, we don't have padding and margin for our app here. So our global styles is working, which is awesome. And when you inspect, you'll actually see the stylings right here. Margin 0, padding 0, box sizing, border box. So this is awesome and it's working, okay? So this is how you can like get started to begin with. So what we need to do right now is to theme our app. That is what I want to do. And I'll import something right here at our app component, and that is what we call the theme provider. So I'll import theme provider. Actually I should start with a capital, yeah, like this, theme provider, and you can see it's coming from styled components. And then now inside here we can create some form of a theme, like default colors that we'll be using mostly. Let's create a constant and then I'll call this one theme. And now in here I'll create an object. We will have a property called colors, and then I'll use a full colon, and I can include different colors right here. Okay, so in this case let's have a white, which will not be necessarily a pure white. It's whitish but not pure white. It will have some bluish or something. So I'll say RGBA, and then I'll open the brackets like this, and I want to have a value of 240 and then a value of 247 and then a value of 255 and a value of 1. So this is white, and I'll include navy blue next. So right here I'll have navy and then blue, and now right here I'll say RGBA. We will have 2, 12, 27 and 1. So I'm reading these values from somewhere. And then right here we will have light navy blue, so right here I'll have RGBA, and I'll include the brackets. Let's have 4, 22, 48 and 1. And then after this one we can have green, and for green we will have again RGBA. Let's open and close the bracket, and I'll have 0, 206, I will have 158, and I will have 1. And then right here I'll have orange, and for orange I'll have RGB again, I will include it in quotes, and then right here we open and close the bracket, and we will have 249, 105, 14 and 1, and then the final one is purple, and for purple I'll have a full colon and RGBA. I open and close the bracket, and right here I'll have 105, or rather I'll have 102, not 105, and then I will have 51, 153 and 1. So these are the colors which I'll be using in various places. In some cases I'll hard code them, but most of the time I'll be using these theme colors. Okay, and then this is our first object. I will go to the next one. So this will be just a property. I'll say mobile, and this will be a breaking point for mobile responsiveness. I'll say 768px, and then I'll be using a lot of transitions. So I'll have a transition here at the theme. Okay, so I'll have transition, and I'll have this as all, and then I have 650 millisecond is in out. So you can also include fonts if you want, like font size, font weight and stuff, but this will be good enough for me, and I will save that. So what we have so far, it's just an object called theme, and remember we imported theme provider right here. So we need to make use of this particular theme provider, and how we will use it, we will wrap everything that will be inside our app with the theme provider. Okay, so right here we will say theme provider, and we will include this object right here, theme, as a prop. So right here we'll say let theme be equal to theme, and then styled component will know how to make use of this. Like it will know that we have this prop and we can be able to access it in any other styled component. Okay, so I'll close that, and then I will cut this one. So I'll highlight it and cut it, and then I will wrap everything with our theme provider. So I will save that file, and now this is what we have. This is how we like pass in a theme. Okay, cool. Now we can make use of our theme right here in our global.style.jsx. So I'll go back to global styles, and I'll select HTML element, and I can style it in here. So what I want to include is a background for our entire app. Okay, so I'll say background, and now I can make use of the theme. So right here we can make use of the money sign, this dollar sign, and then the curly brackets. Remember how we do in React, backticks and then money sign and curly brackets, and we can use some JavaScript right here. This is the same case. So right here you can be able to use some JavaScript. Okay, so right here we will have an arrow function like this, and amazingly this arrow function will have access to props. We have access to props, and now right here we can be able to make use of the theme props. So we can say let our background be props dot theme dot. Now our theme object has colors, so we will say dot colors dot navy blue. So let's do that. So right here we'll say theme dot colors, and then right here dot navy blue, like that. So you can see this is one of the power of using styled components. You can pass props in the styles. So when I save this one, we should have our background as the navy blue color that we included in the app.js. So when I come back to the app, look, there we go, it's working, and you can see this is the color right here for the background, which is awesome. Now you can also destructure things from props. So if you don't want to call props every time, you can directly destructure them and then use it directly right here. So I can remove props and have it like this, which is awesome. So when I save that, we should still have our navy blue background. Now that we have changed the background, let's also change the color right here. So I'll set the color to be, it will be something like this. I can actually like copy this one. So I'll use Control C and I can paste it here. And what I'll change is .colors.white. So that will now be our text color. When I save that and come back here, we should have up right here as white. And there we go, it's working. So this is how you can dim your app. This is how you can pass props to this particular styled component called global styles and so on. Also, let's add some more styling to HTML right here. So this will include the font family. So I'll add a font family right here. And I'll set the font family to a share text mono. So I'll say share text mono, and then I'll have a fallback of monospace. So I'll include a comma and then a fallback of monospace. Awesome. I'll go with the scroll behavior right here. So I'll say scroll behavior, and we can set the scroll behavior of the entire app to be smooth, so that we can smooth scroll to any section that we want. Okay, cool. This is good. Now let's go down here and add a global style for our A element, okay? So for all the A elements, I want to have a text declaration of none. So I'll add it here, text declaration. This will be none. And then let's have the color. So I'll copy the color right here. I'll have the color as green, like that. And then I'll add a transition to this one. So I'll copy the transition from up. So it will be a different transition. Although we will be using this in many places, we won't be using it in all the places. So I'll include the transition right here as this one. So what I'll change is the number of milliseconds. I'll change it to 250. And it will be ease in out like that. Now, as I told you, we can nest stylings. So instead of having another A and then hover like this, and then we style it, we can nest the hover. And how do we do that? Just in here, we can say and then full colon hover. And we can include the styles right here. So what we will do, we'll just change the color to orange for the hover. So these are just the defaults. Awesome. So that is it for the A. I can save it and we'll have that. Now, two more elements that we need to style before we wrap this episode up. That is the UL, and I'll just add a list hyphen style of none, okay? And then I'll also style HR. So I'll say HR and we'll add the following stylings. We will add a background to it. And this will be a linear gradient for the background. So right here, I'll say linear gradient. So the first property right here will be to the right. And then a comma. And now right here we will include the colors. So I'll just copy this one, the orange, copy and include it here. After orange, I'll say 0%. So it will start at 0%. And then we will have purple, which will complete at 100%. So this is the HR, and let's see how it will look like purple. Okay, just like that. And then let's add more properties after our background. That is the border. I'll set it to 0. And the height, I'll give it 1px. I will save that, and let's test our HR right here. So right here after our app, I can say HR. I save that, and let's see how it looks like. So now you can see our app changed the font style, and look at our HR, it has a gradient. So yeah, for this case, this is good enough for the global styles and the theme provider, which is awesome. And now in the next section, we will start like working on our navbar. Okay, so for this case, we will come back to global styles to like create a custom scroll bar and stuff. But this is good enough, and this episode is already long enough. So I'll end it here, and I'll see you in the next one. So in this episode, I want us to cover the navbar. So we will create this top navbar and also make it to be mobile responsive. So we'll also create our hamburger menu icon and show the side navbar when we click that icon. Okay. So we will also cover this part of the navbar. And I consider this episode as one of the longest episode in this particular course, but also one of the most important one, because this is where you'll get a good introduction into styled components. So please stick around with me and enjoy. So what we will do is that we are going to create a nav element, and this nav element will have a logo on this side, and then it will have the nav links on this side. Also, we will consider that it will have a hamburger menu icon, which we will hide on the desktop but show on mobile mode. So inside our nav, we will have three child elements: the logo, this nav list right here, and also the hamburger menu icon. So to begin with, let's go to VS Code, and inside the components folder, I'll add a new folder called layout. And this is where we will include our navbar component. So I'll add layout, I hit enter, and then now inside the layout is where I'll add a file, which is navbar.jsx. So navbar.jsx, then I hit enter. So this will be our navbar component, and we can actually create it right here. I'll just say export a const navbar, and this will be equal to be an arrow function, just like this. And right here we can return let's return react fragment. And when we check at our navbar, what we will have as the top parent element is a nav like this, and then inside the nav we will have a div, and this div will hold the logo. Okay, so right here we will have a logo in there, and then right here we will have another div, and for this div we will have the, let's say the hamburger menu icon. So I'll call it menu icon. And then for the other one, let me just duplicate this. I'm using Alt Shift and the bottom arrow to duplicate, and I can call this one nav lists. So this is the structure which we should be approaching when it comes to our navbar. But we are using styled components, and we will make some of these elements to be styled components. So whenever we want to use a class name to style something, instead of using a class name, we create a styled component for that and add styling for that particular element. Okay, so we need to create a file for our styles. Inside the styles, I'll add a new folder, and I'll call this one layout as well. So this is like the structure that I approach, so that it's easy to like identify files or keep track of them. So this navbar is inside our layout folder in components. Now the styles for navbar will be inside the layout inside our styles folder. Okay, So inside the layout, I'll add another file, and this will hold the styles for our navbar, and I'll call it nav.styled.jsx. And in here is where we will make use of styled component to style various elements that are included in our navbar. Okay, cool. Now I want us to style this nav. Okay, so instead of including it like this, we will create a styled component for it. So right here we will import something from styled components, and it's actually called styled. And when I hit enter, this is auto imported from styled components. And this styled is the one that will help us to create various styled components. Okay, so this is a bit different from what we were using in global.style.jsx. So in global styles, we were making use of create global style, and these styles are now like used globally. But in this case, the styles that we will be creating are used in a specific element or component. Okay, so right here, let's export const, and I'll call this one nav, starting with a capital letter, meaning that this is a component, and we'll set it to be equal to styled and then dot nav. And this is how you can create an element using styled component. Styled dot nav. You can create any other JSX element you can think of. You can say styled dot a, styled dot img, dot button, dot div, and so on. And then at the end here, we include backticks, and we can include our styles in here. Okay, so right here, let's style our nav. So we write normal CSS. I'll add a height of 80px, and then we will add a width of 100%. So this will cover the entire width of the screen. And let's add a padding. Top and bottom will be 0, and then left and right will be 20px. Let's add a background so that we can actually see it. So I'll add a background of red just to see it on our UI. And now we will replace our nav right here with this one, okay, which is a component we have created using our styled components. So right here, I'll just make use of it. I'll say nav, and hopefully we'll get a suggestion. Here we go. When I click on that, it should be auto imported. There we go. And then I close this one, and now I wrap everything with it. So this will be our nav, and I can remove this one since we are now replacing it with our styled components. So let's do that, and I save this one. Now let's call our navbar in our app.js so that we can actually see it. So in app.js, just after the global styles, I'll make use of the nav bar. Hopefully I'll get a suggestion. I click on it, it will be auto imported at the top, so make sure you also import it right there. And then let me just remove the app here and the HR, since those were just placeholders, so that now we remain with the nav. Now I will save that file, and we can see the demo of our app on the browser. So let's see if we are seeing the nav. I'll go to the browser, go to my localhost one. So now look, we can see our red nav bar right here, and we have logo in here, menu, and the nav list. So you can see our styled components is working. Okay, and what we did, we just imported styled from styled components, and then we created the nav element like this one, and this will return our styled component right here, and we can make use of it right here, which is awesome. Okay, now I just want to mention that you can make use of styled components in the same file where we have this particular file. For example, I can just like copy all this and then go to the navbar and paste them right here, and I'll remove the import, and let me change this one to another color so that we see the difference. Like, you can do this way. We are on the same file. I'm just importing styled component. I'm creating my styled component right here, and I'm making use of it in our normal React component, and this will still work. Okay, so if I come back right here, you can see it's working, right? But I just try to separate the files so that this file right here looks more cleaner, and I can reference all the styles in a different file. So it's your choice on how you decide to like arrange your files and stuff, but for my case, I'll just stick to an external file for this one. Okay, so I'll comment out that one, and we can continue from here. Now I want to add more stylings to our nav right here. For example, let's flex the items and also center them. So right here, I'll display flex. I will align the items to the center. And I'll justify the content to be space between, just like that. Also, I'll give this a position of fixed so that it's always like fixed. And let's also give it a Z index so that it's above all the elements, and I'll give it a Z index of 98. Also, since we will be animating it to move top and bottom, I also want to add a transition. So I will transition. I'll add this manually. Remember, we have a transition at our theme, but I won't be using it in this case. I'll add this one. So all 1 second and then is in out. So up to this point, I will save this file, and then I can go back here, and look, amazing. We have the logo here, we have the menu icon, and then we have the nav list. This is cool because we are centering the items, and that is because of display flex, and then we align them to the center, and we justify space between. So I'm assuming you have some basic CSS knowledge right here. Position fixed, Z index will make it to always appear at the top. Now for the background, this was just a placeholder because I want this one to be transparent. I'll use RGBA. I'll invoke these, and then this will be 2, and then 12, and then 27, and then 0.8. Okay, so this will be transparent. This is like our bluish color, this one right here, navy blue, 2, 12, 27, but now instead of 1, I'm making it to be 0.8 so that it's transparent. Okay, so I'll save that, and now there we go. So you can see there is no difference in this case because the colors are the same, and this one is just kind of transparent. Awesome. So now I want us to work on our logo. Let's move on. And for the logo, let me go to NavBar right here. We will have this div as it is. We won't be styling it. Therefore, we just leave it intact. But in here, we will add an A tag so that we add a link to our logo. Okay. And this will go to hash hero section. Let's add hero section. And then now right here, we will have our logo. So we are going to style our logo. Our logo is supposed to be an image. Okay. So instead of adding image directly like this, we will use styled components so that we can also style it. So right here, I'll just export const logo, and I'll set this to be equal to styled.img. I told you can create any element like this, and we will add the styles in here. So in here, let's have a width, so a fixed width for our logo. So you might want to style your logo uniquely if it's not the same size as mine or stuff. So here I'll add a width of 55 px, and a border radius of 50%. As simple as that. I just wanted to have a circular logo. I will save that and I'll come back to the NavBar right here. Let me close the app since I won't be using it so much. Now I'll replace this image with that logo component. So I'll say logo, and when I click on this one, it's auto imported. And since it's an image, I can pass src like this, and I'll set this to be equal to, and now I will go to the source of my image. So first of all, let me close this one. So right here we can just say dot stroke images, and then we access our logo from images, which is our logo.png. So right here I'll say logo.png, and this should get our image. So I'll save that, and when I come back right here, we should see our image right here. And unfortunately it's not appearing, something is wrong. So dot stroke images stroke logo dot png, it should work. Let me refresh. Okay, there we go. So the border radius is not working. Maybe I missed the styling. So this is not border but border radius, so that will make it to be circle. I will save, and hopefully now it works. And there we go. You can see now it has a link to the hero section and it's circular. So that is it for our logo. And now I want to style this menu icon. So for the menu icon, we will do the same thing. Okay. So for the menu icon, we will replace this div with a styled component since we are going to style the div. I will export const menu icon, and I'll set this to be equal to styled.div, and then I use the backticks and add the stylings in here. So for this one, let me show you how it will look like. I want it to look like this one. You can see this light navy blue background, and then we have the lines. So it will be a container for our lines right here. Okay, and then we'll add some padding and some border radius. So let's add those styles. Okay, so right here what we will add is let's start with a cursor of pointer, and then a background of right navy blue, and we'll get this from the theme. So right here I can make use of the money sign, the brackets. I call an arrow function which will return something, and then in here I can destructure the theme like that. And now right here we can say theme dot colors dot light navy blue. Okay, like that. And then let's give this a padding of 0.7 rem. And what else can we do? The border radius, before we forget, border radius of 5px. And for now, let's hook it up to our navbar. So I'll save that file, and then instead of menu icon right here, I'll make use of our component, which is menu icon. I click on that and it will be auto imported. Awesome. Actually it's not supposed to be self-closing. I also want it to be having the closing part of it, so that we can include the lines in here. Okay, now when we save this, we should have that navy blue going on right here, and you can see it. Actually it's so small. So the thing is, we don't want to see this on the desktop, but we want to see it on mobile mode. So we can hide it on desktop, and this is where now you'll get to see how you can make it responsive. So right here I'll add a display of none, just like that. And then we can nest the stylings. So right here, we'll make use of the at media query. So I'll say at media, and then I'll invoke this one, and then I'll say max hyphen width. I'll include a full colon, and now right here I can read the px from the theme. So right here I'll include the px from the theme. Right here I'll destruct a theme, and then right here include an arrow, and I return theme dot mobile. So remember, these will give us what we have in our app.js. Let's see. So this will give us 768px right there. Okay, that is what is happening. And then in here we can include the styles. So on desktop we have display of none, but on mobile we'll change the display to inline block so that it's visible. So I'll say inline block, and I will save that. Now let's test it out. So I'll go to the browser, and we can see it right here on desktop. Let's inspect the element, and look, on mobile it's right there. Okay, cool. So we have this going on, and let's create our lines right here. So the lines will just be divs, and the divs will be inside our menu icon. So we'll have line 1, line 2, line 3. Let's create them as components because we are going to style each one of them. So right here I'll export a const line 1, and I'll set this one to be equal to styled.div. I include the backticks. I really hate this autocomplete right here. It's actually messing up with me. And then for the lines, the first one will have a width of 15px. So let's give it a width of 15px. And then it will have a height of 3px. We will give it a margin top and bottom. So margin top and bottom of 5px, and then left and right of 0px. And it will have a gradient. So right here we can include a background, and we will say linear gradient. And then in here I'll start with one that 5 degrees, and then a comma. The first color will be, let's see, we are trying to style this one which has a straight gradient. The first color right here will be orange. The last one right here will be whitish. So I'm going to add those colors manually right here. And then right here we will say 249, 105, and then 14, and then for the alpha it's 1, and this will start from 0%. So from 0%, okay, this is supposed to be 0. And then the other one will be RGBA. This will be just be white, okay? So RGBA 255, 255, and 1. And now this will go to 100%. So this is like how we can add that gradient for our line. So let me save, and then let's go to the NavBar and make use of it in here. So let's add our line 1. Here you go. And now these can be self-closing like that, and it's auto-imported right here, okay? So I will save that, and I'll go back to the browser, go to what we are working on, and there we go. We have this line in here, which is awesome, and it's exactly what we are looking for. So let's tell the others. It will be similar to this. So for the others, I'll just highlight this one and I'll duplicate it 2 more times. Okay, like that. Let me include spaces here and spaces here. So this will be line 2, this will be line 3. Okay, but now the value for line 2 will change because the width will be longer. It will be 30px, the double of this one. The height will be the same, the gradient will be the same. And then let's come down here. For line 3, the width will remain to be this one, the height will remain to be this one, margin to be this one. Also this line 3 will be a bit unique because you can see it's on this side right here, so we need to include some margin on this side, and I'll include a margin of 15px on the left. So right here, let's add margin hyphen left of 15px. So that should do it. Okay, let me save this and let's go to the navbar. Let's include our line 2 and our line 3. So I'll make use of line 2 right there, and then line 3 right there. I save and let's see how it looks like. So I come back here, go to what we are working on, and there we go. Now we have our menu going on right there, which is awesome. Right now when we click, it's not functional, but we are going to work on it in a minute. When I scroll above this one, we hide it. On mobile, it's there. Awesome. Now the next thing that I want us to work on is our nav list. Okay, so let's work on our nav list. The nav list right here will be actually be a UL instead of a div. So I want us to like list our different links, and how we usually do it is UL, and then in here we would include a list of items. Okay, so we would include LI and so on. So we would have a list. Okay, so I want us to style this UL. So I'll come to our nav.style.jsx and let's add export const. I'll call it nav list and I'll set it to be equal to styled dot ul. Okay, and then I'll include the backtick right here. And now this one will be so unique because this will also act as our side navbar. So this will both be our links when we are on desktop mode. It will have our links, these ones, on desktop mode, but when we go to mobile mode, it will also be our side navbar. So we have an issue in loading there, but it will also be this particular side navbar right here. Okay, so we will do a lot of styling for this one. So first of all, let's work on the desktop. For the desktop, remember we will have links in here. Let's go to the desktop. We will have these links about project services. Let's just add some placeholders. So I'll come right here and let's call this one about, and then this one services. So these are just placeholders. When we look at it right now, you will see that they are not aligned well. Okay, so when we create our UL, we will need to make use of a flexbox to center them nicely. Okay, so let's come here, and for the nav list, I'll add a display of flex. I will also add align items center. Let's justify the content to be a flex, and I missed a colon. So this will push the links to the right side, which is the end. And we can now add a font size for our links of 14px, and I'll set flex wrap to wrap. Okay, so I'll say flex wrap, let it wrap. So don't include a lot of links on the navbar. You would like to avoid the wrapping. We see all of them in one line. Just include about 3-4 links, the most like popular ones. Okay, I'll go to the navbar, and we need to make use of the nav list right here instead of UL. So I'll say nav list. I get a suggestion. Always make sure to click on that suggestion if you want the auto import. And then this is the opening, so let's add the closing right here. There we go. Now when I save this, it should work, and there we go, they are now side by side. Okay, so this is as far as we'll go for this particular desktop version. When we style individual links, we will add some margin between them so that they look nice. Okay, for now this is enough for the desktop. Now how will it look on mobile? For mobile, we'll go to our nav.styled, and let's add our at media. So I'll just copy this one because we'll be making use of the same thing. And now right here, I'll paste it here, and we will include other specific styles for our nav list. So first of all, let's give it a width. So we'll give our side nav a width of 24 and then we will also like give it a height, and the height will be 100 VH, which is viewport height. And then what we will do, we will give it a background of light navy blue. Since we had used light navy blue somewhere else, I'll just go and copy it. I'll copy this one for the menu icon, and I will include it here. So it will be light navy blue. At this point, we should be seeing it. So when I save, we should be seeing it. So let's go to the mobile. Yeah, it's actually here. We will give it a top of 0 and a right of 0, and we'll give it a position of fixed. So right here, we'll set top to be 0 and then right to be 0, and the position for this one will be fixed. So position will be fixed. Okay, and let's see what we have. I will save, and there we go. So we have this side nav going on, and I think it's a bit too big. So one of the reasons why this is so big than what I have here is the font size, because RAM usually depend on the font size of the parent element. So in this case, our parent element is the navbar here. So what I will do, I'll go to the global styles right here, and I'll include a default font size for everything to be 12px right here. So I'll include the font size to be 12px. So whenever we use a RAM, the font size will depend on this particular font size. So I'll save this. The default font size is usually 16px, so that might be one of the reason. And let's see. Okay, I'm so messed up, sorry for this 12px. There we go. So now you can see that the RAM is dependent on the font size of the parent. So in this case, when I include it here, also our parent, which is the nav right here, will have a font size of 12px. So yeah, we fixed it. I'll add padding to the top. So padding top of about 3 rem, and then I want them to start at the top, all the links to start at the top. So I will justify content to be flex start, okay, this one, and then I will change the flex direction. So flex direction to be column. So I will save this, and hopefully our navbar is coming along well. So look, there we go. So one thing that you must have noticed is that we can see our hamburger menu icon. So what I will do, I will style the hamburger menu icon, the menu icon right here. I'll add some few more stylings. I will add a position of absolute, and then I'll set the right property to 20px. So how am I getting this 20px is because we added a padding of 20px left and right. So for it to be still at the same position that I want it, I'm adding a right of 20px. Also, I can add a z index so that it appear above everything. So I will add a z index, and this will be 999. So it's a very high z index right there. And then for the nav list, I'll also give it a z index. So for this one, I'll also give it a z index. So z index, and this one will be lower than the hamburger menu icon. And now when I save this, we should see our hamburger menu icon right here. And there it is. Awesome. So we can see our hamburger menu when we are on mobile mode. So what we will be doing is that when we click on menu, it opens this, and then we change it into an X so that this rides in, and then this is an X. When we click the X, it closes this one. So that is what I want us to do. I want us to now make our hamburger menu icon right here functional. So what we will do, we will go back to the navbar, and we will make use of use state hook from React. So let's import use state from React right here. I will import with the structure use state, and this is from React. And then just before our return statement, let's create some piece of state. I'll say const. I use these brackets, and then we will have menu open, and we will have set menu open, and this will be equal to use state. And initially I want this one to be false. So initially menu open is false, and when we click on set menu open, we'll be able to change it to true, and when it's true, we will open the side navbar. Okay, so this is like the first step. We will need it on our lines, individual lines. Okay, so that we can like style them depending on whether the menu is open or not. So we will need them here. So I'll pass them as plop. Menu open is equals to menu open, and then I'll copy this one and I'll paste it here and here. Okay, I will also need the menu open piece of state on our nav list, so I'll also pass it as a plop. And what we want on our menu icon is when we click it, we change the false here to true and vice versa. So we like toggle it. So right here, we will add an on-click event. So I will say on-click, and I'll set this to be equal to an arrow function in here. And what we will call is set menu open. We invoke it, and in here we toggle menu open. So what will happen is that when we click on our menu icon, we will toggle false to true. When we click on it again, we will toggle true to be false. And this is now like where the power of styled components comes in again. We are able to pass props like this, which is awesome. So let's go to our nav style and let's start styling depending on those props, all the way starting from our lines. Okay, so first of all, we will add transition to each of the lines. So right here I'll say transition, and I'll set this to be the theme transition. So I'll access the theme transition, and I'll set this to be theme dot transition, like that. Now I can just copy this one and paste it on line 2 and also on line 3. And then for line 1 right here, we want to rotate it so that it appears like an X. So for line 1, we will use transform. So I'll say transform and I'll use a full colon. Let's access the props. So we will access the props like this. Menu open, and we can make use of menu open right here. So we will dynamically display the value right here depending on whether the menu is open or not. Okay, so right here I'll say menu open. So this is like a check. Menu open, I include a question mark. So if menu is open, or if menu open is true, we want to rotate and also translate. So right here I'll include a string. Else, when menu is not open, we don't want to do anything. Else it will be just be none. And I'll also include this in a string like this. So right here, what we will do is that we will first rotate. So I'll say rotate our line by negative 45 degrees like this. And then we will also translate our line. So I'll say translate. First of all, let's just use rotate, and you see the difference. So let me save this, okay? And I have noticed an issue. We didn't destructure menu open. Also, we didn't destructure them. We need to like destructure them from props. So right here, I'll destructure them. And right here, I'll destructure menu open. So I'll save this now and let's test it out on the browser. And here it is. So right now, menu open is false. But when we click on our icon here, menu open will be true. If menu open is true, this top line should rotate and also it should have a smooth transition. So let's click on it. And look, it's rotating. When I click again, it's rotating back. So you can see how this is working along. But when we rotate it like this, I want it to also translate it and scale it, okay? So I'll come back right here, and inside this string where we have rotate negative 45 degrees, I will also scale X. So I'll scale in the X axis and make it longer. So I'll scale X, I invoke this, and in here I'll pass in 2. So I'm like multiplying the width by 2, okay? So when I save this one, let's see the difference, and now this should be longer. There we go. So it's longer. Then I want to push it down and also bring it a bit at the center. So for that, I'll use translate. I can include translate just after rotate. So I'll say translate. I invoke this one. So along the x-axis, I'll translate by negative 5px. And then along the y-axis, I'll translate by 6px. So when I save that, let's see what changes. You can see it moves down and also this way. Yeah, so that is it for line 1, and we'll be doing a similar thing for line 3. So I'll copy this the way it is up to the theme there, up to the transition that is, and then go to line 3, and I will replace this since we were not destructuring our theme. So I'll replace it. Also, let's fix this one so that we don't forget. Let's destructure the theme like that. And we need to make some changes for the transform. And what we will change is the rotate. This time around, it will not be negative, but positive 45 degrees. And then the translate here, both of them will be negative, like this. We will scale it, and else it will be none right here. Okay. Another thing that we need to do for our line 3 is to change the margin left depending on whether it's open or not. So for now, when we save this one and go right here, let's see what we have. So you can see the way it's right here. We need to push it back this way, and that is affected by our margin left. So we need to clear the margin left when the menu is open. So instead of displaying 15, let's dynamically display it right here. So I'll do this. Remember to destructure menu open, and then right here after this bracket, I will return if menu is open. I want to return 0. If the menu is open, margin left will be 0. Else the menu is closed, and therefore we will return 15px. Also, I'll make sure that I spell menu open right here correctly, like that. Awesome. Yeah, this now should work correctly. Also, now for the line 2 here, I want to hide it when menu is open. Okay. So what I will do is that I'll add an opacity right here. So I'll say opacity, and I will use our menu open plop. I destructure it, and right here I'll make sure that I perform a check. So when the menu is open, we want to display nothing. So I'll display 0. The opacity will be 0, that is. Else, I want to display line 2. So the menu is closed, so we show the hamburger menu. And then right here, let me close with a semicolon so that the error disappears. Now, this should work correctly. And let's see what we have. Yeah, there we go. So when we click on this one, now the menu is closed. Therefore, we have this hamburger menu icon. When we click on it, we have that nice transition that is happening. Awesome. Very amazing, right? Now, we want to also open and close the side navbar right here whenever we click this and whenever we close it. So what we will do is that let me confirm. I hope we were passing menu open as a plop. Yes, we were passing it as a plop to nav list. So let's go to nav list and dynamically change the right position. So right here, let me show you something. Right here, the right is 0. But when I change the right here to a negative value, and let me use negative 24 rem, which is the opposite of this one, okay, the width. So when I save this, you'll notice that we will not see our side nav. So when I include it as that, you see the side nav disappears, and we remain with this right here. So what we should do is that we should now dynamically display this depending on the menu open. Okay, cool. So instead of saying negative 24 rem, we should perform a check. So right here, I'll include a $sign. Right here, we say menu open. Okay. I need to include an arrow function and also the structure. So please be keen when doing this so that you don't mess up. So right here, after this, we should return a value, and we should return a value depending on whether the menu is open or not. So we perform a check. So if menu is open, we show the side navbar. So we set right to 0. Else the menu is closed, therefore we set this to a negative value of -24 rem, and this should like close the menu. And I save that, and that is all we need to do. Now let's test our app and see what we have. So right now the menu is open. Let's close it. There we go, it's closing it. Open, close. So let's also add a transition for our background right here, which will make it even more awesome. Actually the background does not change. We should like dynamically display it so that we remove it and add a transition to it. So yeah, right here we have background. Yes, this one. So the thing is, we can also the structure menu open right here and dynamically display the background as well. So menu open, and I keep messing the spelling. So if the menu is open, then we want to remove the background because we'll be having an X. Else we want the background to be this theme and then dot colors dot navy blue. So I don't know why it's giving an issue. We shouldn't be having the issue here. And then I'll also add the transition. So let me copy the transition from somewhere. I'll copy this one and I will include it just after this one. So this is wrong. I keep messing the spelling there. I save that, and now this should work correctly. Okay, now when I click on this one, I think this is popping in so fast. Let's check it. Do we have a transition for our nav list? Actually we don't, so let's add the transition so that it stops popping in so fast. I had already copied it, so I'll just paste it. I save that. Now it should have a smooth transition. So I click on this one. Yeah, this is awesome now. Yeah, this is cool. Awesome. I'm happy with that so far, but we still have a lot to do. So please stick around with me and let's proceed. Okay, now I want us to style our links, these ones. And you can see the way they have like a smooth transition. They are coming in one by one. Just look, they are coming in one by one. So yeah, we need to like animate them, so we'll be working with some animation in this one. Also we will be dynamically displaying these links because I want to get the index for each of them so that I can dynamically display them one by one like this and have a specific delay for each one of them. So I'll dynamically display them. I'll create an array with these links, and then we will map through them and do some things. So okay, to begin with, let me give you an idea of how this will work out. In the navbar, we have this nav list, and for the nav list, we have the li. So the li, we will be styling it, and we'll be styling it as a nav item. And remember, we also need this to be a link. So we will also be having a link right here. So okay, let me delete this one. We'll also be having a link like this, and then now the about is right here. Okay, so this is for just the normal link, but in some cases we also have images and buttons. So right here we have an image Right here we have a button. Right here we have different icons. So these will be social icons, this will be a button, this will be a profile image. So they won't be similar for all of them. So what we will do, we'll do this. I'll minimize this. Inside the SLC folder, I will add a new folder called data. Okay, so I'll add a new folder called data, and this is where we will include our array of data. And then inside the data, I'll add a new file called nav items. So I'll say nav items.jsx, and the reason why we are doing this is so that we map through them, so that I can have that access, or we can have that access of the index, and then we will use the index to dynamically display the links. Okay, cool. So right here I'll create an array of our nav items. So what I'll do, I'll export const nav items, and I'll set this to be equal to an array. And inside this array, for the case where we have images and buttons, I'll just use a boolean value like this one. So here we have an image, so what I'll do, I'll just use a boolean value. Is this a profile, true or false? And then for this one, I'll include the actual text and href for them. Okay, but for these ones, I'll use booleans just to like know whether we have it or not. Okay, so right here the first value is a profile, and I'll just include a boolean value of is profile, and then I'll say this is true. So when I check is profile and see it's true, then I'll make use of I'll add a profile to that particular section or nav item. You'll see how this will work out. Let's just do this. And then for the normal links, I'll have the href, and the first one will be about, and then the second one right here will be the text for this particular href, which is actually about. Okay, so this is the format that we have for the normal links. So I'll include a comma here, and let me duplicate these several times. I will highlight it, use Alt Shift and the bottom arrow. So this will be for projects, and then we'll have services, and then we'll have contact. Okay, so let's change this one to projects. Projects, this one to projects, and then this one to services, and this one to services. This one will be contact, and this one will be contact. Okay, yeah, I'm this bad at spelling. So about and projects, services, contact. Okay, so after contact, we will have social icons, and therefore I'll include a boolean value right here, and I'll set as social icons, and I'll set this one to true. And then for the other one, it's a CTA button or a call to action button, and I'll say has CTA, and I'll set this one to true. I will save that, and now these are our various nav items. The first one is a profile. These are the normal links. Here we have social icons. Here we have a CTA button. Okay, cool. And for the CTA button, I told you can make it to download a resume or something, okay, which is awesome for my case, I want people to like purchase the course, so I included it here, which was a cool idea. Now let's import our nav items to our navbar. So make sure you save and go to the navbar, and we will import the nav items here. So we will be mapping through them inside the nav list, and I can just start using them, and then they will be auto imported. So I'll say nav and then items. So we have it here. So this will auto import them from data nav items. Okay, so we have them right here. Actually, this is not supposed to be a component. It's data which we want to map through. So I'll include these curly brackets like this. We will say nav items and. So this will make sure that we actually like have the nav items. So I'll say nav items again dot map. So since it's an array of various objects, so we can map through them. I invoke our map method, and in here we'll be able to get a nav item at a time. So this is nav item. Note the difference. This is nav items, this is nav item. And now we will also have access to the index or the position of each of those nav items. And this index is what I really need for us to like show the links one by one. Okay, and then now using this we can be able to dynamically display each nav item. Right here we can dynamically display each nav item. Let me use this one. I will cut and paste it here. Let me remove that. Let me save to auto format. Okay, cool. So at this point, depending on the number of nav items we had, we should have those particular number of about links. Let me save this and go to the browser. If we come right here, look, we have all this about for each of the nav item. So we are mapping through them. Awesome. Also right here at the console, we have a warning. Each child is supposed to have a special key. Okay, we'll solve that in a minute. Don't worry. Okay, so we have access to the index, and right here, let me actually do this. Let console.log. We invoke this and say index. Now when I save this one, we should see the number of each of them. So let it refresh for, yeah, there we go. So you can see we have 7 links, and this is the index for each of them, 0 1 2 3 up to 6. Awesome. So we are getting the index, and that is cool. So now I want us to style this li, and we will call it a nav item, a single nav item in our styled component right here. So let's style it. So right here I will export. Let me scroll up for more space. Const nav item, and I'll set this to be equal to styled.li, and I include the backticks, and we can include the styles here. So first of all, we can set the margin that I was telling you about to be 0.2 rem. This is top and bottom, and then left and right will be 0.7 rem. So the reason why I include this 0.2 rem for top and bottom is in case the links wrap, so that we have some spacing between them. Also, I'll select the last child and remove the margin right, so that we remove that extra spacing. So for now, when I save this, so let's make use of this nav item inside the navbar. I'll close the nav items for this one, and instead of these li, I'll make use of the nav item, which is styled. Okay, so right here I'll say nav item. I'll auto import it, and we should have a closing one. nav item, and in here let's include our link with about. So I'll move the link in there, and I will remove the LIs here, and I will save. So now I don't want you to get confused. This is nav items with an S, and this is the data that we are getting. And then this is a single nav item, which is representing the data that we are getting. So we are grouping each of them, and this starts with a small n. And then now this one nav item right here is our styled component, which is an LI. Okay. Actually, if you want, you can like rename this to nav item styled, okay, so that if you don't want to be confused. So actually I can do this for simplicity, and make sure that you change the name right here to nav item styled. So you can do this to avoid confusion, and inside the nav right here .styled.jsx, also rename this to styled. So this will reduce the confusion that you might have. Okay, so yeah, I'll save this one, and let's go back here, and now it works. So I want to create some spacing at the end here for the last item. Okay, right here, I'll select the last child for our LI, and this is how you can do it. I will use the and then full colon, and I'll say last child, and we will set the margin right to 0. So this is supposed to be 1 colon, like that. I will save. Let's come here, and let's include the key for this one. So I'll set the key to be the index. So I'll set the key to be the index, since the index is a unique number for each of them. So remember to do this and this. Okay, cool. I will save that. We want to achieve links like this. When we hover, we have that line. So yeah, let's style the link. I'll go to nav.style.jsx, and we will create a styled component for this one. So let's export const a nav link, and we'll set this to be equal to styled dot a, and then we include the backticks, and we will include the styles in here. First of all, text transform will be uppercase, and then the color will be white. We will lead this from the theme. So I will use the structure theme, and then we say theme dot colors dot white, like that. And this is not the correct spelling. Okay, and then let's include some letter spacing, letter hyphen spacing. Let's include semicolons. We need to have that nice hover effect. Okay, so that underline, we will use an after pseudo selector. So as I told you, we can nest these stylings. So let's include an after right here, and for this after, we will include content to be empty, and then we will display block. Okay, this is supposed to be at the end here. Display block, and then we will change the height, and we will place it as 3px. So height will be 3px. This is supposed to be semicolon right here. Let's give it a background of orange. So I'll set the background. I'll use theme, so I'll just copy this one, paste it here, and this will be orange. So this is like an underline we are creating below our links. So this will be orange, And then okay, let's add a transition. So I'll say transition. For this case, we won't use the then. Let's use is in out and 300 millisecond duration. Okay, so so far so good. And at this point, I don't think we can see it, not unless we include a width of 100%. This is supposed to be, there we go. I will save that, and let's make use of the nav link here. Instead of an A, let's make use of the nav link. So I'll say nav link like this. I'll invoke it. Let's pass about and save. We just want to see the underline for this case, okay? And the style for the link itself. Yeah, this is what we have for the links. Awesome. Cool. So to animate this one, we need to add a hover effect, and this is how we will do it. Right here we will say and full colon hover, and then we do this. And in here, when we hover, we also select the after pseudo selector, and all we will do is that we will be changing the width from 0% to 100%. So this is all we will be doing. Make sure that the hover is nested inside our A, okay? So when we hover, now this will move from 0 to 100%, and then we have this transition which will make it smooth. So let's save that and go back. And right now we shouldn't be seeing it since we are not hovering. When we hover, yeah, now we have that hover effect. Awesome. We are correctly styling our links. And I'm sure when we add a href, we should have a pointer. So since this is an A, we can be able to add a href, okay? So href will be equal to something. And now this should change the cursor into a pointer. Yeah, there we go. So right here we should pass index as a prop. So I'll say index is equals to index. So we will use this one to animate, and then we want, when we click each item on our side navbar, it opens and it closes the side navbar. Okay, so we will also pass right here menu open like this. Also we will pass in set menu open, and this is actually an on click event. So we will say on click, we will have an arrow function which will call set menu open. So when we click on each item or a nav link, we should set menu open to false, okay, so that it closes the side navbar. So let's first complete this one, the nav item styled. So what I will do, I'll go to the styled one right here, and let's go back right here for mobile responsiveness. So I'll scroll at the top, and I will copy this one, and then I'll go back to nav item styled. So after our last child, I'll paste it here, and what we should have is that I want us to animate each link depending on whether the menu is open or not. And to begin with, our nav items will be having an opacity of 0. So right here I'll set opacity of 0, and then for the side navbar, let's see what we have for the side navbar so that we are together. I'll inspect this, and let's move right here. I open it. So this is what we have so far for the side navbar, okay? And what I want us to do is that I want us to set the margin. So I'll set the margin right here. Top and bottom will be 1.2 rem, and then left and right will be 0. So when I save that, let's see what we have. Actually, we won't see it because of opacity. First of all, let me comment out that and save. There we go. So now we are nicely spacing them out. Okay, so that is for the margin. Now I want to like animate them so that they come in one by one. So how do we create animations in styled components? First, to create the animation, import some kind of a helper right here called keyframes, like that. And then we'll make use of these keyframes to create an animation. So we want our nav items to fade in, and also we will like translate them. So I'll create the animations at the very top. Okay, so I'll say const nav item fade, and we'll set this to be equal to keyframes, what we just imported, and then we use backticks, and in here is where we can create our animation. So we will have from, and then we will have to. So this will get from an opacity of 0 to an opacity of 1, and then we will also transform and translate this one. So right here, let's transform, and then we translate by 50px, and then right here we will take it from 50px to 0. So right here, let's transform, and we also translate by 0px. Okay, now let's make use of this animation, and we should import another helper called css, because in style component, when we are interpolating multiple values, it will not work. Let me show you what I mean. This is an issue which you can run into, so let me show you what I mean. So we can add the animation in our nav items. We can add the animation right here. We can say let the animation be our animation. So let's read it, the value that is at the very top. I'll use this nav item fade like this, and this is the animation. Let's give it a duration of 0.5 seconds, and let's ease forwards. So this should start from an opacity of 0, and then we animate it like this. Now the issue that we have is that we should animate this when we open the menu. When we do this, menu open, and then we use it right here. So right here we perform a check, is menu open. If the menu is open, then we will animate, else we will do nothing, so the animation will be null. So I'll copy this, I'll actually like cut it, and then I will include it after our menu open. Then I'll close this one. So you can see this is where the issue comes in, because we are using this $sign here, and also we are using it right here, and also when adding a delay we would also need to use it. We can't include like backticks again, it will throw errors. So if we include backticks like this, yeah, right here it doesn't have an issue, but when we save and go to our browser, let's see if it will complain. I think it should complain. Actually it doesn't. Yeah, it does when I click on that. So you can see we have these uncaught. It seems you are interpolating a keyframe declaration. So we have this issue, and how you should do it is this way. I'll copy this value. Actually I'll cut it and remove the backticks, and we will use another helper called CSS. So let's import it, CSS, like that, and we'll make use of it just after our keyframe. I just wanted to show you that error and when you should like avoid it, because I think that is one of the places that you can trip when when it comes to style components. So right here I'll add const. I'll call this one nav item animation. My keyboard is so stiff. I should like buy another one or something. So right here, this is where we can make use of that particular CSS. So this will be in form of an arrow function. So we can have an arrow function like this, and then CSS right here, backticks, and we can include our animation in here. Okay, so we can paste. Okay, we can say animation like this, full colon, and then include our value like this. Okay, now amazingly, these will also have access to all the props that we can have access to, and we want to have access to the index. Remember, we passed it as a prop to our nav item styled, and this index, we will use it for a delay at the end here. So right here we will have a delay, and we will perform a calculation. So I'll call the curly brackets here, and we will say index. This is like the delay for the animation, and I will include a forward slash, and I'll divide this by the number of links. So remember that the index runs from 0 to 6, and the number of links are 7. So right here I'll divide by the number of links, and then I'll add a default value for each of them. In this case I'll say 0.5. You can add any you want, and then at the end here, this calculation will give us a value which will be in form of seconds. Okay, cool. And then you can see now this nav item fade, we are including it here, and now we can make use of this nav item animation, which will give us back this animation, and it will not throw an error. So I'll come at the very bottom to our nav item styled, and I'll remove what we had added. This was just experimental. So now right here we can read that particular animation. So I'll do this. I'll animate when the menu open is true. So right here, let's have another function, and we will also destructure menu open. And then right here, we will have our menu open. We perform a check, and if it's open, then we will have that nav item animation, else we'll just have nav, we won't have anything. Okay, so this is the right way of adding that animation, and I'm hopeful it will work out. Okay, we should destructure these. I forgot. So I will save, and hopefully it should animate. Let's open the menu, and we don't have our links. Oops. Now the issue is that our animation right here is not working, and the reason is because I missed some semicolons right here. So semicolon right there, right here, right here, and right here, and then I'll save that, and now we can check our app. So hopefully the links will appear, and there we go, and they have the animation. Now when I close, they disappear. When I open, they animate one by one, and the reason they are animating one by one is because of our animation delay right here, which is being controlled by the index. This is it, and we still have so much that we need to cover for us to complete the NavBar. And as I told you, this is the longest episode in this particular course, so we won't have any other episode that is this long. Okay, so the thing is, we need to correctly display our items right here, display the image, display the icons, and also the CTA button. And also we will make our navbar disappear when we scroll down and when we scroll up. Okay, so stick around and let's keep moving. If you are tired, you can pause the video at this point and come back later on. Okay, so I'll go back to the navbar right here, and I'll close the global style and the app. So what I need to do is to open the data so that I show you each step as we move on. So the first thing is that I want to display a profile image together with my name. Okay, and for that case, I'll perform a check to see whether I have is profile as true. So right here, where we have our nav styled, it's closing at this point. So in here, I'll perform a check, and I'll say nav item dot is profile. So if this is true, then we will be able to display a profile. So in here, we'll be able to display a profile. I'll say nav link, and for the nav link, I'll include a href, which will be equal to the profile will take me to the hero section when I click on it, and then I close this one like that. And we are going to style our profile image. We will have a container div, and then inside that div we'll have the image together with the text. So first of all, I don't know why I'm getting this error. This for the case when we have is profile as true, else we'll have null, like that. Now let me style the container for the profile image. I'll go to nav.styled, and I'll move at the very bottom right here, and for this one I'll say export const profile. So this will be a container for our image and name, and I'll set this to be styled dot div. I use the backticks, and then in here on desktop I don't want to see the image, therefore I'll say display none, and I'll add the styles on mobile mode. So right here I'll have the at media query. Let me copy it from somewhere. I'll copy it from here. Let's remove the content, and in this case I'll add a display of flex, and then we will flex direction to be column, and then we will have align items as center. So remember, we have an image and also we have a name. So I'll save this, and then I'll go back to the navbar, and now I'll make use of that profile that we just created. So I'll say profile. Actually, I should start with a capital here. I click on this one to auto import, and then in here, this is now our container div, and in here we will have the image. So I'll say img. I'll add the image normally, and then I'll say s rc the source, and this will be available in dot stroke images, and then stroke profile hyphen pic dot jpg. So this is my profile image in the images folder right here. And then I'll close it, and also I'll add an alt right here, and I'll add as Chaoo Charles. And then after this, I will add a span, and right here I'll just say Chaoo Charles, like that. And actually I will remove this nav link. Okay, so right now we are at this nav link right here. We performed a check. If it's profile, then we are displaying this nav link, and inside the nav link we are displaying the profile with an image and a span. So let's see what we have, if we can see the image. So if I open this one, you can see the image is so big right here, so we need to style that particular image. And there's something that I have noticed. You can see this still has this background for some reason, so it didn't like remove it. So it's good to like solve it as soon as we can. So let me check on it. That was menu icon. We had theme, menu open, and then if menu is open, we display none. I don't know why it is still having that background. It shouldn't be having it. So I think the issue is that we didn't pass a menu open to menu icon. That is definitely the issue. So back to navbar, at our menu right here. Yeah, we omitted these, so I'll paste it right there, and now it should work. Okay, that was the issue. Now for this case, we can style the image and the span. Let's just continue. So inside here, remember we are doing this on mobile. On desktop, this is displayed as none, so we can be able to nest img right here and style it. Okay, so let's give it a height so that it's not too big. I'll give it a height of 9 rem. Depending on the size of your image, you'll decide what height you want to give it. And then I'll give it a width of auto. So this will depend on the height. The width will depend on the height. And then we want it to be circular, so we can give it a border radius of 50%. And I'll add a display of block. So display will be block right here. And finally right here, I'll add some margin top and bottom. So margin top and bottom, which will be 1.5 rem. Left and right will be 0. So that should do it. And then we can style the span right here. Actually, let me save this and see what we have. So I'll click on this. Yeah, we have our image right there. We have this. So we don't need to style the span. It's already like cool, but the border radius is not applied. For some reason I'm missing this. I save that, and now it should be circular, and there we go. So as you can see, because we performed a check, it is only displaying our profile. And then for the other normal links, we will display them right here. So all the normal links have a text, so we can just check if they have the text and display them accordingly. So right here I can say nav item dot text. If this exists, this means that this is a normal link. It doesn't have any form of images, so we can just display it right here. else we will display null, like that. So in here, let's add a nav link. We will have the href in here, and the href now will be dynamic. Okay, remember for the rings right here, for the normal ones, we added a specific href like this, so this will be dynamic. So we will say href to be nav item dot href, like that. And then let's have a closing tag right here, and the text will also be dynamic. So we will say nav item dot text. So that is actually like all, and this part will loop through our links right here about project services contact. Okay, so yeah, that should do it, and let's check it out. There we go. So we can see them like these. Awesome. And they are dynamic. So when I click on projects here, we should have hash projects. Cool. And you can see now when we click on each of them, it's also automatically closing our side navbar. We need to display the social icons. So after this, right here, we will also perform a check if nav item dot social icon exists. Okay, dot has social icons. We are checking this one. Has social icons, and then we do that. So if it's true, we will display the social icons, else we will display null. And now for the social icons, we will have a wrapping div. Okay, so right here we will have a wrapping div, but we are going to style this particular wrapping div. Therefore, what we can do is to style it using a styled components. Okay, I'll save that. I'll leave this div as a placeholder, but I need to go to nav.styled.jsx and style the social icons. So right here, I'll just export const social icons, and I'll set this to be equal to styled dot div. So these are wrapping div for our social icons. On the desktop mode, we display none. I'll copy the media query from here. So I'll copy all of these and include it here, and then I will remove these. So in here, let's give our social icons a width of 150px. So this is the container that will like hold them, and then we will add a display of flex, and then we will add align items to the center and space between them. So we will use justify content of space between. So let's select the A. We will have a link which is an A for each of the social icons, and I want to add some margin to it. So margin top and bottom will be 0, and then left and right will be 0.5 rem. So this will create some spacing between the social icons, and then we will also increase their font size. So we'll say font size to be 2 rem, like that, and the social icons will be in form of SVGs. Yeah, so let's add them and see what we have actually. So we will come to our navbar again, and we will replace this particular placeholder with our social icon as styled component. Social icons right there, it will be auto imported and we can make use of it right here. So social icon, and now in here is where we will have our different social icons. So each of them will be inside a link. So let's use nav link. So nav link. So even though we are studying this nav link, when we come to social icon, we are like further targeting the A element. Okay, so remember this nav link is basically an A element. So like that, and then right here we will have href, and you'll point this to your social media page. That may be Facebook, Twitter, any social media page. And since it's an external link, you may want to also add a target right here of underscore blank. So this will open that link on a new page. And then in here you can include your icon. So I'll be getting this from React Icons. I remember I told you to install React Icons area on, and the icon that we are using in this case is called far YouTube, like that. Since it's not auto imported, we will go ahead and import it manually. So I'll come at the top and let's import far YouTube. I'll say import, and we will destructure far YouTube from React Icons. So I'll say far YouTube, and this is from React Icons, and then stroke far. So this far, I think it stands for font awesome. Yeah, and then now down here we can have more. So this is like the first one. Just duplicate these 2 more times, and now right here you can have another one. You can have far Twitter, and also you can have far GitHub. Let's import them. Far Twitter, far GitHub. I save that, and now we should have our social icons going on well. So I'll come back, I open it, and there we go. We have our social icons. I can see we have an error right here. I don't know what kind of an error is this. Hopefully it's not something crazy. Okay, I think when I refresh, the error will disappear. Cool, now we are almost there, but we aren't done yet. We need to create a CTA button, and then we'll include it here. And also let's see, so this is the desktop mode. You can see it looks nice, awesome. So also that CTA button will appear right here. Let's create that CTA button, and we will do that CTA button on a different file. So inside the styles right here, I'll add another folder called common, and here is where I like include styled components which are being used in multiple parts of the application. So this is not specific for the navbar only, and that is why I added on a separate folder right here. And right here is where we will create our CTA button. So I'll call this one CTA button dot styled .jsx. I hit enter, and now we can style our CTA button right here. So the first thing that we need to do is to obviously import our styled from styled components, and then right here we can export cons CTA button, and I'll style this button as a link. Okay, in here is where we can do stuff. So for the CTA button, let me show you something cool. When we come to my portfolio, you can see this button is the one that I'm also using it here, and also here. So I need to figure a way of differentiating whether to include this field color or an outline. So we will be adding a prop called primary, and that will do it. So in this case, what I will do is that I just want to determine whether the background will be filled or not. So right here I'll say background will be, I use this curly brackets to access the props. So I'll destructure the props, and we will be passing a prop called primary if you want it to be primary, and then we will have theme for the colors. And now right here we will perform a check primary. So is this primary? If the button is primary, then we want to display a background color. So we'll say theme dot colors dot green, and else we will display none. So I'll wrap this in a string like that. Okay, and then the color, I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. I'll make sure that I include a semicolon right there, and we have primary and theme. So if it's primary, we will want to display color white. So right here I'll say white, and then else we will want to display green. So I'll copy this one and paste it here. Okay, cool. That is about the colors, but we have the padding, which will be 10px top and bottom, and then left and right will be 20px, like that. We will have the margin, and the margin we can also pass it as a prop, so that we set a different margin depending on the patterns. So right here I read the margin value from the prop. So I'll include these brackets, and then an arrow function with the structure margin. So this will be coming through the props right here, and then right here we just return our margin like that. Let's include the border. The border will be 2px solid. I think I missed the spelling or something. And for the color, I can read it from the theme. So again, I will do something like this. So let me do this. I destructure the theme here, and we want color green, so theme.colors.green. So I'll copy that and paste it here, just to fasten the process. And then what else? We need to set a border radius. This will be 5px. I'll change the font size, and then we can change the font family. So remember, we had ShareTech Mono, and also we had Poppins. So font family for this one, I'll change to Poppins. So font family, I'll say Poppins, and a fallback of sans serif. So sans hyphen serif. So we are almost there. I'll change the font weight, font hyphen weight to 500, and then I'll change the cursor to pointer, and then I'll display inline block. So display inline block. Now this is our button. We have some dynamic values and stuff. Also, we need to have a hover effect. So let's nest the hover effect right here. I need to include and hover. And for the hover effect, we will be changing the color, the background, and also the border. So let's copy color and the background here and paste it here. So if it's primary theme, then the color will be orange right here. And then for this one, so this is the background, which will be orange. And then for the color, this will remain as white, but this will change to orange. And then for the border right here, I will copy it and paste it here. The color will change to orange. So we are just changing the color, nothing much. And now when I save, this is it. This is our CTA button, which we will reuse on different parts of the app. So the first part of the app that we want to use it is on our NavBar. Let's now go back right here, and we are performing a check for social icon right there. Now let's perform a check for the CTA. So I'll say nav item dot has CTA, and if we have, we will display our CTA button, else we will display null, like that. Now right here, I'll tab and I'll call our CTA now, CTA button, get a suggestion, it will be auto imported. Awesome. I close it like this. And right here, for my case, this was like this dot portfolio dot course. I don't know how many of you clicked on this one. Yeah, it was like that, and it was directing a user to the portfolio course. Okay, so href, so we have a href to take someone to a specific place. Since this is an external link, it's always a good idea to include a target so that it opens on a new tab. So you can paste that right there. Yeah, this is the CTA, and when I save that, it should work. Let's see. This is what we are working on. I open this, and there we go. We have our CTA button. Very cool, very awesome. Everything is now working smoothly. Yeah, so this has been a lot of work, and finally we have some good results, which is awesome. But still, I want us to complete this navbar. I don't want us to come back here. So I want us, when we scroll down, we hide it. When we scroll up, we display it. Okay, so this will take like, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. So yeah, I'm going to complete this, and if I can complete it also, you can do it. Cool. So what I will do, I need to introduce a scroll bar on the side here. So for me to do that, maybe I'll go to the global styles right here, and I'll select the body. So maybe I'll be removing this style later on. For now, it's just for me to introduce a scroll bar, and I'll give this a height of 200 VH. So this is the viewport height. Okay, for this case it will be longer than my screen, and therefore it will display a scroll bar, hopefully. So let's see, and there we go. Now we have this scroll bar. So the reason why I need this scroll bar is so that I can scroll down. So when I scroll down, this will disappear. When I scroll up, it appears. So how are we going to do that? We need to find a way to keep track of our scroll direction. What I did is that I did a bit of digging and a bit of research, and I came across a cool React hook. I don't know who is the original author, but I have it on my GitHub, and that is the hook that we are going to be using in order to track the scroll direction. Okay, so I have this hook. I'll leave a link at the description section of this video. Okay, so check the description section of this video and you'll find a link. Also, I'll be leaving a file with various links, and you can always check a link right there, and you'll have a link to this particular repository. So I got it from this particular link, and I got the inspiration from this particular portfolio. You can check it out. It's very awesome. I have the links here, so you can check them out if you want. So this is the hook that we will use to detect that scroll direction, whether it's up or down, and it's accepting the initial direction right here, so we can always add it. So what I will do is that I'll just copy this, check for the link, copy it, and if you want to have this feature in your app, if you don't want to have it, then well and good, you can move on to the next section. So I have just copied this entire hook, so I have just highlighted it like this, and then Control C. So what I'll do, I'll go to VS Code, and inside the SRC right here, I will add a new folder, and I'll call this one hooks, and then I'll hit enter. So I'll add a new file, and I'll say use scroll direction .js. I hit enter. So this is a new file that I'm creating here, and I think I did it on the wrong place. I should move it inside the hooks. So I'll move it inside the hooks. So move, and there we have it. And now in here I'll paste whatever I copied. Okay, so I'll paste it here. So you can check the logic of this particular hook if you want, and master it or something. But for me, I just needed a way to check whether I'm scrolling up or down, and I came across this, so I don't need to recreate it. So I'll save this hook, and we are exporting it, I think, down here. Use scroll direction. Therefore, we can be able to import it in our navbar. So I'll go to the navbar. I'm not sure if I use it down here, it will be auto imported. Let's try. That will be a huge save for me. Use scroll direction. Yeah, I hit on it and it's auto imported from our hooks, and then use scroll direction. And for this use scroll direction, it's accepting a default value, which is down, and then right here we'll say we will store this value on a constant. So we'll say scroll direction. I'll include it like this. Scroll direction is equals to use scroll direction, and then down like that. Now this should give us the value. So if I say console.log of scroll direction, I save. Let's see if we scroll down, it will tell us we are scrolling down. If we scroll up, it will tell us we are scrolling up. So I'll come back right here and let's scroll down, and we are scrolling down. Awesome. Let's scroll up, and we are scrolling up, down, up. So now we have a way to detect whether we are scrolling up or down. And that is all I wanted to know, so that I can hide and unhide my navbar. So what I will do, I will just remove this, and then I will go to the nav right here, and I'll pass scroll direction as a prop. So right here, I can just copy this, copy, and then I'll paste it here, and I'll set it to be equal to this scroll direction. Now we can take the value of scroll direction and determine whether to hide or unhide our navbar. I'll close the global styles, I'll close the logic of scroll direction, I'll close the CTA and the nav items. Now inside the nav.styled, we will go all the way to our nav. I think this is easier right here. And what we will be changing is the value of top. So at the very bottom, we will say let top, and right here we will be able to read the value of the scroll direction. So let's do this. We will have an arrow function which will return something. Let's destructure scroll direction right here. Okay, and then right here we will perform a check. If scroll direction is equal to down, like that, then we want to hide. So right here I'll set the value to be negative 80 px, which is this value right here. Else we will set top to be 40 px. So if you won't be adding a top banner, you should set it to 0. But for my case, I'll be adding this top banner right here. So, and I'll show you how to add this top banner. And this top banner has a height of 40 px. That is why I'm saying top 40 px. So if you don't want it, add a height of 0 px. So right here, 40 px. And actually, that is all. Awesome. I save that, and let's test it out. So you can see that now our navbar will have dropped, I think, a bit or something. And did it just disappear? Yeah, so it's right here. We have this 40px right here. When I scroll down, it disappears. When I scroll up, it reappears. Down, disappear. Yeah, this is the kind of effect that I wanted to have, and it's working. And this is it. This marks the end of this particular episode. I know it have been so long. I'm so sorry for that, but it has been having a lot of content, and you have learned a lot about styled components. And actually, the knowledge you have gained from this one, we will be reusing it for the rest of the course. Thank you for sticking around, and I'll see you in the next section, where we will create a custom scroll bar and this top bar right here, and that will be a very short one. And then after that, we will work on our hero section. So I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode, we were able to complete our navbar. We made it responsive, and also we created the animated links, especially for the mobile version, which is really cool, and also some nice hover effect. So in this episode, I want us to make this scroll bar to be custom, and also to create a top banner right here. So the top banner is good because it can help you to provide immediate contact information. You can say whether you are available for hire or not. And if you are doing some form of advertising, it can be affiliate marketing, it can be your own product that you are advertising, then you can leave a link right here. Also, you can provide your location if you want, and some other information which you can think of. So yeah, let's start with the custom scroll bar, which will be this one. Okay, so for the custom scroll bar, we'll be doing that in our global styles right here. And actually it's so easy. It is just a few lines of codes and we will be done. So just after our HR, I will add a comment and I can say custom scroll bar right here. And then now down here, we can target the scroll bar. So this is how we do it. We have a pseudo selector for this. So pseudo selector and then hyphen, we will say WebKit and then hyphen, and then we will say scroll bar. There we go. And okay, I don't like this autocomplete, so I will remove some of that. And this is how we can like select the scroll bar itself and give it a specific width. In this case, I'll just give it a width of 10px. Okay, so since we have like adjusted the width and we haven't given any other properties, our scroll bar it's appearing like it's lost. So we don't have a scroll bar track, the thumb is gone. So the track is this section where we like scroll along, and then the thumb is this whatever we are dragging right here. So let's start with the track. So right here, I'll select the scroll bar track, and this is how we do it. So I'll say WebKit and then hyphen scroll bar and then hyphen track, and we can give it just a background right here. So I'll say background, and I'll use a hex value, and this value will be 7A8, and then it will be BA9. So this is just a color that matches with our theme right there. So if I save that, now we should be able to see our scroll bar track. Okay, so let's see what we have. I'll go back right here, and look, we have now this track right here. Okay, now let me give you a tip when creating your custom scroll bar. Don't make it too small, okay, such that it's so difficult to select our scroll bar right here. Make it a decent size. 10px and above is good. Okay, cool. So now we don't have the scroll bar thumb yet, so let's style it. So right here I'll select WebKit hyphen scroll bar hyphen thumb, like that. And for this one we will give it a background and a border radius. So I'll say background, we'll give it a background of hash. This is a hex value 314 and 35F. So this is another color that also matches our theme. So if you are using a different theme or something, use different colors. And then right here, let's give this a border radius, and I'll give it a border radius of about 30px. So that will do it. So I messed the spelling for this one. I will save, and let's see. And there we go. So here is the scroll bar thumb, and it will automatically adjust its height depending on the content of the page. Okay, so this one is smaller because there is a lot of content on the page, and then this one is longer because there is less content on the page. And actually this is it. The only thing we can do is to add some hover effect. So the hover effect will be on the thumb, so I can select the thumb again. So I'll say WebKit hyphen scroll bar hyphen dump, and then I can use full colon for hover. And what we will do, we will change the background right here. So background of hash 202 E46. So it's like a darker value for this one. Okay, so let's test it out and see what we have. So I'll save, and then when I hover over it, and that's it for the scroll bar. Now we will just continue working on the top banner. So I'll close the global styles, and for the top banner we'll do it on our components right here. So first of all, we'll add the normal React component inside our layout. So I'll add a new file and I'll call it topbanner.jsx. I hit enter. So I can go ahead and create this top banner. I'll export const top banner, and this will be equal to an arrow function which will return some JSX. Okay, so let's return right here. Let me have this as a placeholder. Hello, I save that, and let's import this component in app.js. So in app.js, I'll just start making use of it above the navbar. Top banner, it's suggested. I click on it, it's auto imported, and we can close it like that. So make sure you also import it. Okay, let's go back to our top banner right here. So what we will have for the top banner is a div that wraps the entire content, and then we will have small divs for each of the parts. Okay, so let me show you. So we'll have one div for the entire banner. Then for that banner we'll have a div for email, a div for this one, and a div for this one. We will style each of these divs, so we need to like create styles for them. So inside the styles and then the layout, we will create a new file, and I'll call this one top banner dot styled dot jsx, and I hit enter. So let's tell that the top banner, or the div that wraps our entire top banner. So I need to import styled from styled components. So I'll import it like that. Now you know the drill at this point, and I'll try to move a bit fast. So I'll export const. I can name this one styled top banner. So whenever you see that will confuse the name, you can always add styled right here, or at the end, top banner styled, or styled top banner, whichever you want. And then right here I can now say styled dot div, and I use the backticks. And now in here we can start with a position for this one, and I'll make it to be sticky. So what this will do is that when we are not scrolling, the position for this one will be relative. Okay, and then when we scroll from its top position, then it will become fixed. So right here we need to like set top for it to be a specific value or a certain value. In this case it will be 0. Okay, so let's give it a width of 100% and also a height, and I'll be giving this a height of 40px. And then we will give it a background color. So I'll say background, and I'll make the background to be white, and I'll be using the theme color for this one, so I can read the value from the theme. Make sure you destructure it nicely right here, and now you can say theme dot colors dot white, and then let's add a color for this one, and I'll make the color to be navy blue, and I'll read that from the theme. So I'll just copy this, paste it here, and change white to navy blue. And then we need to center the content of our top banner. So we will display flex, and then we will align items to the center. So align items center, and we justify content to the center. So justify content to the center. And also we will add some padding. So I'll add padding right here. Top and bottom will be 9px, left and right will be 20px. Also lastly, we can give it a z index, and the z index will be 99. Now we can also give the responsive bit of it. So let's make it responsive. So I'll add media, and then okay, and then right here we'll add a max width, and for the max width we will read it from our theme. So I'll copy this one and I can paste it here, and now instead of theme.colors we will have theme.mobile, and then we can add styles in here. And all we will do, we will justify the content to the center. Okay, for this one we need to change the justify content to space between, but for this one we'll justify the content to the center. So justify content to the center, because we'll be like hiding some of the elements and having one element, and now we can center that element nicely on mobile mode. Okay, so let's make use of styled top banner in our top banner right here. So instead of hello, this was just a placeholder. In here we can say styled top banner. I click on it, and then I can have it like that. I save, and now we should have something going on. Let me save the styled one. I save that one. Now let's see what we have so far. And there we go, we have this white background right here, which is our top banner. And unfortunately, when you scroll down, it's also scrolling with the content. So you don't want it to scroll with the content, and we might have messed up something. This should be working. I am not seeing any issue with my implementation right here. It should be working, but for some reason it's not. And when I inspect the element, I am getting this one, invalid property value, and actually I don't know why it's giving me this. So since this is not working, I'll just go with position of fixed. This would still work. Okay, so I'll just say position of fixed. I save that, and this should work now, hopefully. So now when I scroll down, you can see we still have these top banner right there. When I scroll up, it's when our NavBar comes in. Even if we are down here and I scroll up a bit, we get our NavBar, and our top banner will always be at the top. So I don't know why position sticky didn't work. If you know the reason, you can let me know via Twitter, via email, via anywhere you can get to me. Okay, so let's just continue, and for the top banner we need to add some content in here. Okay, and for each of the content I'll call them the top banner sections, and they'll be divs. So I can just go directly and style them in my styled.jsx file. So right here I'll just export const, I'll call it banner section, and this will be equal to styled.div, and in here we can add our styles. So for this one, we can change the font family to Poppins. So remember we added the default as ShareTech Mono. So I'll change the font family right here to Poppins. And we will have a fallback of sans serif. This autocomplete is not working for me. Just like that. Let's also change the font size. Font size, I'll go with 14px. And then let's change the font weight, and I'll go with 400, which is actually the regular font weight. The next thing that we can do is to make it responsive. So I'll add these media. I'll copy that, add it here. We will be adding a plop, and the plop is called show on mobile. So if it exists, we will show some of the elements on mobile, else we will hide them. Okay, so right here I'll say display, and we will have these money sign or dollar sign, and we can destructure show on mobile from props, and then we can dynamically include the display value right here. So I'll say does show on mobile exist? If it exists, then we will display inline block. So inline hyphen block, else we will display none. So if it does not exist, we will display none. And this is all we need for the styles. So I'll go back to the top banner, and let's make use of the banner section. So right here I'll say banner section. So you can see we missed the spelling for the banner section. Let's fix it. Banner section. I'll save that. Hopefully I don't have any other spelling mistake. And then now right here I can say banner section. I click on this one, it's auto imported. Awesome. And we will have this. In here we can include some content, and the first one that I included is an email. So I added an email using the anchor link, so that I can say href, and then right here you can say in here you can say mail to, and then full colon, and then you can include your email, so that when you click on it, it will open the email client automatically. So chaoo@gmail.com, so that is my email. And then right here you can just include your email. So chaoo@gmail.com. And I included an emoji right here. You can include anything if you want, but if you want it to be just an email, you can leave it as an email. So if you click on the Windows key and then the semicolon, then you'll see your emojis right here. So I included this one for mine. So yeah, you can also do the same if you want, that is okay. So I will save that, and this is the first thing that we have. Actually I can just duplicate these 2 more times like this. So for this one I had a link, yes, that was going somewhere, which was my course. Okay, so right here I'll just say my course. You can include anything you want, and then right here what I had is whether I'm available or not. So in here I can just say I can include anything like this, available for hire, just like that. Also you can include an emoji for this one if you want. So I will save that, and let's see. So you can see we have my course, we have available for hire, this link, and when we go on mobile, nothing, we can't see anything. So we need to decide which section we need to show on mobile. Okay, So, and then we pass the show on mobile prop. So if I want my course, I'll leave it as my course, but I can also leave it as my email. So right here I can say show on mobile. I save that, and now we should have our email showing up on mobile. So right there, and there we go. We have the email now showing on mobile. On desktop, we have all of them. Okay, cool. So that is it for the top banner and the custom scroll bar. And now in the next section, we will cover our hero section right here. Okay, so I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode, we were able to create a top banner and a custom scroll bar just like this one. And in this episode, I want us to cover the hero section right here. Okay, so we'll just go back to the VS Code, and what we will do is that I'll just first close all of these ones, and inside our components we will add a new folder called sections. Okay, and this is where we will include all our sections, that is about section, hero section, project section, and so on. And then now in here we can add a new file called hero section.jsx. So I'll say hero section.jsx. I hit enter. We can go ahead and create this component. So I'll say export const hero section it will be an arrow function, and then right here we can return. Also, I'll come to the global styles. So inside the styles, I'll go to the global styles, and I no longer need this. I just wanted to show the scroll bar so that we can edit it, but as we add more content, the scroll bar will show automatically. So I'll just remove that and save that file, and then inside the styles I'll add a new folder for the sections styles. So right here I'll say sections, and I'll hit enter. So this is supposed to be inside the styles. Yes, it is inside the styles. And now inside these one sections, we can add a new file for the hero section styles. And I'll simply call it hero section dot styled and then dot .jsx, just like that. And let's import styled. This will come from styled components. Now the wrapping element for our hero section will be section element. Okay, so I'll export, and I'll call this one styled hero section. So I'll have styled, let me start with a capital letter since this will be a component, and I'll set this to be equal to styled, and then I use the backticks, and we can do something in here. I missed const. We can start by adding a width and a mean height. So the width for this one will be 100%. So something is so wrong. Right here we should have styled dot section. Sorry for all these mistakes, but let's proceed. Now right here we will have a height, and I'll give it a height of 90 VH, which is the viewport height. Okay, and then right here we can now add a background, and for the background it will have a linear gradient, and also we will add our landing page background. Okay, so this is how we will do it. We will say background full colon, and we will say linear gradient, and now right here we'll be able to like add the linear gradient. but also we can include a comma, and we will be able to also add our image. So right here we can have URL, and in this URL we can target our image, which will be available in stroke images, and then stroke landing hyphen page. So I'm hoping you already downloaded your own image, which you can use on the background, added it in the images folder in public, and gave it a name. So mine, I'm calling it landing hyphen page dot png. Okay, so right here we can include it like this, and then we can include some more properties for this image after it. So we will center it, and we will say no hyphen repeat, so it won't repeat itself. And now for the linear gradient, let's include it in here. I'll say 135 degrees, comma, and then the colors will be RGBA. We'll have 0, 64, 77, and then it will be a bit transparent, so 0.9, so that we can actually see our image. Okay, and then this will start from 0%, and then a comma, and then the second color for me will be RGBA. So if you are using a different theme color, you might want to use your own colors right here. Play around with them until you get a perfect fit. Okay, so right here I'll include it to be 0.8 transparency, and then I'll go to 100%. And this is our dark navy blue color. So if we go to app.js and you compare the value, so you can see our navy blue light here, it's 2, 12, and 27, which is a darkish also. So 2, 12, and then 27, I'm making it a bit transparent. And then now the other property, we can further style the background. So I can add a background size for this one, and I'll make it to be contained, just like that. Oh, first of all, for us to see the change, we need to make use of styled hero section in our hero section. Let me close the global styles so that they don't confuse me. So right here, I'll just make use of a styled hero section. So I click on this one and I save. So now let's go to the browser, and hopefully we should see our background. I will refresh, and actually we don't see it. Maybe I messed up with the image. Actually we haven't messed up. What we are not doing is that we are not calling our hero section in app.js. Okay, so let's include it after our NavBar. So right here you'll say hero section like that, and I save. Also make sure you import it at the top. So I'll go back and hopefully it works. So there we go. You can see this background image right there. Now for our hero section, we will be having several parts. The first one will be this content that we have here. The other one will be our icons right here, and then the other one will be this particular an arrow that points down. So we will have three elements that are child of our styled hero section. Okay, the first one, we will call it hero content. So we can wrap everything that is right here with a div called hero content. So let's create that with styled components. So right here I will export const hero content, and I'll set this to be equal to styled dot div, and then I use backticks, and you can add the styles right here. So for this one, I'll give it a width of 100%, and then I can give it a max width, so it won't exceed this particular width, which is 58 rem. And then right here we can give it a color which will be from our theme. So I'll destruct a theme from props, and we can make use of theme dot colors and then dot white, and we can transform all the text to uppercase. So right here I'll say text transform, and I'll set this to uppercase. We are supposed to have a semicolon here. Okay, cool. And then let's just make use of it to begin with. So I'll go to hero section, and then inside here we can have our hero content. So I'll say hero content, and then I can open and close it like that. So right here I will use the normal JSX elements. So I'll have h1, and for the h1 I will include my name, which is Chaoo Charles. So right here I'll say h3, and now I also want to include these curly brackets. So let me show you. I also need to include these curly brackets, but when I do it in JSX, these will like not work. Okay, so if I include the brackets like that, and then I say front end web developer, so you can see it's throwing some errors. So what we need to do is to include the brackets again right here, and then whatever we want to display, we include it in a string. So we need to do like this, and now this will work in JSX. So I save that. Let's continue to include some more stuff. So right here I'll include a p tag, and for the p tag we will have our text tag. I'll say HTML space full stop or period CSS space period JavaScript space period React space period next. I can say next.js. After that we will have CTA buttons. So you can see we have projects and hire me. So remember we had already like styled our CTA button. So what I will do, I'll include the CTA buttons inside a div. So I'll say div, and then I hit enter, and then in here I can include CTA. I click on this one to import it, and the first one will take us to the project. Remember this was in form of a link, projects, and then in here we can have href, which will be equal to hash projects, like that. Now let me just duplicate this, Alt Shift and the bottom arrow, and then I'll have this one taking us to the contact section. So I'll say contact, and remember we also made it to accept props. The first one was primary, which will give that background color to be green, and then the other one was margin. So we can add some margin right here as prop, and we set it to be equal to 0 0 0, and we want to have margin on the left side, so I'll add 20px. So right here we do that, and then this now will take us to the contact, but what we will say is hire me. More catchy. Okay, so I save that. So this is it for the hero content, and when I save and preview it, let's go right here. You'll see all the content is above here. We can't even like see it, so we need to style this properly. First of all, we'll go to our styled hero section, and we will center everything. Okay, so what I'll say is I'll start by changing the position to relative, because for some elements we will be changing the position to absolute. So we need the parent right here to be relative, and then we will add a display of flex. We will align the items to the center, align items to the center, and then we will justify the content to the center like that, and we will align the text to the center. So I'll say text align to the center. I will save that. Now when I come back, we should have it right here. And I actually have realized something. You can see how this is at the very bottom here, while this one is at the top. So you have a lot of space at the bottom. So this is happening because right here I had make the top banner to have a position of sticky, which makes it to be relative on default. So it's occupying the space, while in our case, position of fixed does not occupy the space. So for us to match the design, we can just add some margin top of 40px. So right here, I'll add some margin to the top of 40px, like that. So now that our design will be actually exactly as this one. And you can see we have achieved that, okay? Cool. Now we need to like go to the hero section and style all of these, okay? Style the name, each of these sections nicely. So let's just move on to our hero section right here. I will like nest all the elements that we have for the hero content. So I'll start with H1, which is my name, and I will include a letter spacing of 1.2 rem, and then we'll change the font size to be 2 rem. I will add a font weight of 400, and then I will add an overflow of hidden. So this will help when we are animating the text. Remember that the name is animated, so I'll add an overflow of hidden. I will add white space of no wrap. This will also help with the animation. I will add the animation, so we can create the typing effect animation, okay? So for the animation, we need to import keyframes from style components. So I will import keyframes like that. And now right here, we can create our animation. So to begin with, I'll give the width for this one to be 27 character. So width to be 27 characters. Okay, this is actually at the wrong place. This should be in our H1. So I will cut this one and include it here. So I was saying there is no perfect way of finding the width of your characters, since when we change the size and delta spacing, it like affect everything. But the thing is, you can just count them. So you can see this is the new like style right here. We want to animate it, so you can count your characters. Mine are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the white space, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's 13, and since we included some spaces between them, the width is not perfect, and that is why I'm kinda like doubling the number. So 13 by 2 is 26. So you can also like count your characters, double the number, and that will be nearly perfect. So yeah, that is how like I determine this one. We want to center it before we even add the animation, so we can add margin right here of auto, and this should center it, okay? So I save that, and this should move. Cool. Now we can like add the animation right here. Now, even before we proceed with the animation, you can use a React library to add the animation. Let me show you the library that you can use. So we have this library called React Typing Effect, which is awesome. React Typing Effect, you can make use of it, and this is the kind of animation you can have, where you have multiple words, which is writing, deleting, and then writing the word. So it's actually very easy to use. You can see you are including your text in form of an array, and then you can read this documentation, not hard to like understand. So you can make use of this library to add a typing effect, but for my case, I want it to be just as what I have right here. This is what I promised to deliver. Okay, so yeah, so right here I can like come right here and I will say const typing, and I'll set it to be equal to keyframes. I use the backticks, and in here we can have our styles. I can start from maybe 0% right here. I'll be changing that later on, and right here I'll set the width to start from 0 ch, which is 0 characters, and then the color will move from this color. I will read this value from the props. I destructor them, and I'll say the theme to be theme dot colors orange, and then this is the first one. The second one will go up to 100%, and I'll make the width to be now my characters width. So right here I'll say 27 characters, and this is it for the animation. I can save this, and then I can come now right here to the H1, and let's add the animation. Right here I'll say animation, and I'll set it to be equal to, I will read typing from above, so I'll say typing like that. We will include 5 seconds, which is the duration, and the effect will be steps. Okay, this is very important, steps, and the steps will be 27 of them, so this should match your characters with. Yeah, this should actually do it. So I will save, and let's see what we have. So I'll come right here, and you can see it's typing. So I refresh, and you can see we have that typing effect right there. We don't have the cursor yet, but it's typing. Now let's include the blinking cursor, and to begin with, we will add a border to the right. So I'll add border, and I'll make it to be 4px, and then solid, and I'll have this whitish color, hash FA, and I will save that. And then at the very top, actually we don't need this color right here, it's not necessary. So what we will do, we will create another animation, and I'll call this one blink. Const blink will be equal to keyframes. We include the backticks, and we can do our stuff in here. So for the blink, we will just change the border color from an opacity of 0 to an opacity of 1. Okay, so right here we will have we will start from 0%, and then we will change border right here. So border hyphen right, so this will be equal to 4px, and then solid RGBA 255 255 255, and then 0. So this is like the starting border to the right. So the thing is, we are using the backticks for the keyframes, so it's down here, it's supposed to be at the very top. So I'll move it at the very top here, and there we go. Okay, so this is the first value, and the border for this one, you are just changing the color to be starting at 0 opacity, and then I'll just duplicate this one, and this now will go up to 100%, and we'll just change the opacity to 1. Okay, and then for the color for our border, we can also update it at the bottom. Instead of these white grayish, let's just include pure white, it doesn't matter. So right there, and the opacity should be 1 to begin with. Okay, so let's include the animation. The animation is still on H1, and therefore we will come right here. We will include a comma, and we can include another animation for H1. So right here we will include blink, and then we give it 1 second. So for each second it will blink, and then the effect will be ease in out, and we will make it to be infinite, so it will continue blinking on and on. I will save that, and now we should have a blinking cursor. So this will only style our border or animate our border. Okay, so you can see this blinking cursor, which will always be there. So when I refresh, we have that cursor right there. Also, we can add a delay, and I'll give it a delay of about 8 seconds. So before infinite, I'll include 8 seconds. So after this one have finished typing, then we wait for like 3 seconds, and then the blinking starts. Okay, so I will save that, and let's see. So I will refresh. So it's typing without blinking. When it's done, 1, 2, 3, it starts blinking now. Awesome. Yeah, we have actually like done it. But now if you want to add this effect where instead of typing it, you start by deleting, and then wow, how I did that, I just like started our typing from 75%. I just changed that to 75, and it worked. So that's how I did it. It wasn't like anything perfect. Okay, so yeah, that is it for the typing effect, and now we can proceed to our text right here. So right here I'll style H3, and for the H3 we will start by changing the font size. So we want this one to be bigger, so now right here I'll change the font size to 4M. I will include margin top and bottom. So right here I can say margin, and then a full colon. Top and bottom will be 1.5 rem, and then left and right will be 0. And then we want to have that nice gradient color, and for the nice gradient color we will make use of a background. So right here I'll say background, and we will say linear gradient, and for this one we will say to the right. So right here I'll say to right, a comma. I will include the first color and the second color, and I'll lead it from the theme. So I'll just copy this one, I'll copy that, and I will include it here. So we will start with the orange color, and then right here I will include 0%, comma, and then the second color, which will be purple, and this will go up to 100%. And after this one, so far the background will be there, but we will not see it. Okay, because we need to make like the text color transparent, and this is how we can do it. First of all, we will add a background clip like this, and we will set this one to be text like that. I'll duplicate this, and I'll add the WebKit part of it. So right here I'll say hyphen WebKit hyphen, and then I will now make the text to be transparent by saying hyphen WebKit hyphen, and right here we will have text hyphen fill color, and we'll make this to be transparent. And now this will make our text color to be transparent, therefore we can see our background right there, which has a gradient. So I will save this, and let's see what we have. Whoa, there we go, amazing. And then now let's style this p tag real quick. So after the H3 I'll just move on to the p tag. We will add a font size, so I'll say font hyphen size, and I'll make it to be 1.7 rem, like that. And then we can add a font hyphen weight to be 400, like that. Also, we will clear the text transform. Remember, we had set it to uppercase, but I want to clear that, so I'll set text transform to be none, just like that. Okay, so I will save that, and hopefully now we have what we want. Yeah, now this is much bigger, and you can see we are clearing the text transform. Now I'll style the div that holds our buttons. So remember, we had included the buttons inside a div, this one. Okay, so I'll target that div right here. So I'll say div, and I'll add some margin, top and bottom. So I'll say margin top and bottom will be 2.5 rem, and then 0. Let's save and see what we have. Now we have this section which is nicely spaced and everything is nicely styled. We need to make it to be mobile responsive. So let's add the mobile responsiveness part of it. So right here, I'll target the media query. I'll say at media, and so we read the value from the theme. So I'll paste what I had copied earlier, but I'll change theme here to mobile, like that, and we can include the styles in here. So for H1, I'll change the letter spacing, letter hyphen spacing to 1 rem, and then I'll change the font size, font hyphen size to be 1.5 rem, and now I'll increase the width of the characters. So I'll change the width right here to be 29 characters. Initially it was 27, so if it doesn't appear nice, you can change the width as well. I'll target the H3, and I'll change the font size to 2.2 rem. So I'm like decreasing the font size so that it fits well on mobile. And then right here, I'll target the paragraph, and I'll also change the font hyphen size, and I'll set this one to 1.3 rem. And that is all for mobile. I will save, and let's preview it. So I'll go to mobile mode, and let's see what we have. I decrease this, and there we go. So this fits well on any screen size now, which is awesome. So in a very small screen, it will look like this. Cool. Okay, now we have completed this part for the hero content, but we still need to add the arrow right here and the social icons on the side. So we will add those, and then we will wrap up this episode. And now in the next section, we'll move on to about. So let's do that. Okay, so what we will do, I'll go back to the hero section, and after the hero content, I'll be including the arrow inside an a tag. Okay, so let's start by styling that a tag and make it a styled component. So inside our hero section.style, we can just come right here and we will create it. So I'll say export const, and I'll call this one styled arrow down, like that. I'll set it to be equal to styled dot a backticks, and we'll be able to style it right here. So we had added a position of relative to our styled hero section right here, and now we can be able to add a position of absolute to this one. So we will add a position of absolute, like that, and we will make bottom to be 50px, so it will be 50px from the bottom, the position of this one. Okay, inside this a link we will be having our icon, and our icon is in form of svg, so we can style that individual svg right here. So I'll say svg. So right here we will give this svg a font size, so we will say font hyphen size of 30px, like that, and then we will give it a color, and I'll paste the color like this from the theme, which is white, and then I will add an animation to it, animation. So we will call this animation bounce. So right here I can just call it bounce, and then right here let's give it some duration of 2 seconds, and it will be infinite, and you can give it a delay or you can just avoid. Okay, so I'll give it a delay of about 5 seconds or 8, like for our blinking cursor, and then we can have a hover effect for this one. So I'll say hover right here. All we will do is to change the color, so I'll say color, and I'll paste this one and change this one from white to orange. Now let's create this particular animation called bounce. Okay, so I'll move at the very top. I'm including all the animation at the very top because it's easier to find them in here. Now I'll just duplicate my blinking one, so I'll use Alt Shift and the bottom arrow, and now right here I'll just change blink to bounce, like that. To begin with, our animation will start at 0%, but we will translate it back to 0 on the y-axis when we are at 20%, when we are at 50%, when we are at 80%, and when we are at 100%. So we will be moving back to 0. So this is percent, this is also percent. Now at these particular positions we will be translating our icon. So I'll say transform right here, and then full colon, and we will translate it along the y-axis. So translate y, I invoke this one, and we will say 0. So I'll make this to be 40, and I'll copy this transform translate y. I will copy and paste it here. So this one I'll make it to be negative 30px. So right here it will move by negative 30px when it's at 40, but when it gets to 50 it will move back to 0, and then we animate it at 60. So I'll move this right here, I'll duplicate it, and we animate at 60. Okay, 60, and for this one we'll animate it by negative about 15px. So we'll have a very nice effect right there. Okay, which is awesome. So now we are creating that animation, and we can make use of our styled arrow down inside our hero section. So right here let's make use of it. So I'll say styled arrow down, and we will include a link to this one since we are moving to a particular section. So right here we will be moving to href about. So I'm making this to move to hash about. This should be hash. Now right here let's like import the icon that we need, which is far arrow down. So we will import it from React icons. So right here let's start by importing. I will destructure far arrow, and then down. So I click on this and it's auto imported from React icons stroke far. And now I can make use of this right here. And this will be in form of SVG. So far, arrow down, I wrap it like that and save. I will refresh. So it has a delay. Let's wait for 3 seconds. And there we go. So it's now bouncing. There we go. So you can remove the delay, you can include it if you want. That will be up to you, but we have it working. Okay, okay, cool. Now one last thing for us to complete this hero section, it's the icons, social icons right here, which are very awesome. So let's do that. So I will wrap the icons inside maybe a div which is styled. So we should style a div which will be a container for our social icons. So if we want to style anything, we move to our styled.jsx. So right here, I will export const, and I'll say hero social icons, and I'll set this to be equal to styled dot div. So although it will be appearing in each section, since we are adding it inside the hero section, I think it's good to name it like this so that we know where to find it like that. Okay, but you can also just call it social icons, it doesn't matter. Okay, now right here you can see that they are fixed, so we'll give them a position to be fixed right here. So instead of relative, this will be fixed, and then we will give it a right of 20px like that. So now for each of the icons, they'll be inside an anchor link. Okay, so we can style the anchor link like we did right here. You can see this icon right here was inside an anchor link. So it's a similar case for our social icons. And right here I can create another styled component for it. So I can export social icon, and I'll set this to be equal to styled.a, and then I include the backticks. So let's add the stylings for this specific social icon. So this is export const like that. Sorry for that. And for this one, for each of them, we'll give it a height and a width. So I'll give it a height right here of 3 rem and a width of 3 rem. So I want it to be circular, and then we'll have the icon in there. Okay, so we can add a display of flex, and we align the items to the center. So I'll add a display of flex, and okay, of flex. Okay, there is an issue right here. This is supposed to be a semicolon, and then I'll align the items to the center and justify the content to the center, just like that. And then we can give it a border radius of 50% so that it's circular. So I'll say border radius right here. This one will be 50%, so it will be circular. Let's give it a background color so that it's visible. So background like that, color, and this will be RGBA. So this will be 249, comma 105, comma, it will be actually transparent. This is our orange color, but it will be transparent. So 0.1. Okay, and then now right here, what else can we do? We can change the cursor to be pointer like that. we can change the font size. This will affect the font size of our icon to be about 14 px. So let's make use of these two and we see what we have so far, okay, so that we can keep track of what we are doing. So after our arrow, we will include our hero social icons, hero social icons, and then inside the hero social icons, we can make use of an icon like this. So I think we need to manually import it because we didn't get the suggestion. So I'll say icon right here. Now for this icon, you can take it to a specific href, and this can be YouTube, Twitter, so on. So for me, I'll just include a hash as a placeholder, and then you can also add target to be underscore blank so that it navigates to a new page whenever you click on it, okay, or a new window that is not page. And then now right here I can just duplicate these 2 more times, and we can have our icons in here. So we'll have a YouTube icon for my case, and let's, I don't know if it will be suggested, I can say far YouTube like that. It's auto imported, so I can close it like that. And then now right here I can add GitHub, so I can say far GitHub, that will be auto imported. And right here I can add Twitter, so I'll say far Twitter, far Twitter like that. So I will save that, and attempted import of icon is not exported. So I think I made an error with my export. Okay, we used social icon, that is why it was not working. So this should be not icon but social icon. So I'll highlight this one, and then I'll use Control D to select that multiple selections, and then I can move at the very end where we are beginning, and I'll say social like that, okay. And then I'll go to the top and change this one to social like that. I will save, and hopefully now it works. So I'll go back and let's see. So yeah, there we go, and you can see we have our icons right here. Amazing, we have made some progress. They are appearing right here on our right side, but I want them to look like this and also to have a rotation effect. So let's continue with the styling, since now we can see the icons. So I'll go back to the hero sections right here, dot styled, okay. I'll target the SVG, and I'll change the color to be RGBA. I'll make it to be orange, which is actually these values right here, 249, 105, and 14. So I'll copy that and I'll paste it here, and then so I'll add a transition to start with, and this will come from the theme. Let me copy this and then paste it here, but instead of colors.orange, I'll change this to transition like that. That should work. Out here we will add a hover effect, okay. So end full colon hover, and for this one, so we shouldn't have a space. When we hover, first of all we will change the color to white. So I'll change the color right here to white. So for the white color, I can actually like read it from the theme. I'll paste this one and change this to white. Now right here we will have an animation for the hover effect. So I'll say animation, and this will be rotate animation. So we will create it in a minute. So it will go for about 1.5 seconds, and it will have a linear effect, and it will be infinite. So when you hover, it will like animate by rotating. So at the very top, I'll go and create this animation. I told you I want to create all of them at the very top, for me to like have one place to work with for the animations. Okay, and then now right here I'll change this to rotate. I will remove the content for this one, and I can include from, and then we will have transform, we will have rotate. It will start from 0 degrees like this, and then we will have 2. So I'll just duplicate this, alt shift bottom arrow, and then this will be 2, and it will rotate to 360 degrees. So that is it for the rotation. One more thing, we need to include the spacing up and bottom for each of the icons. So right here I will include margin to the bottom. I can just say margin hyphen bottom of about 10 px, and that will be it. So I save, and let's see what we have. There we go. So we have some margin bottom, and it's rotating. So I have realized that the color is not even changing, so we have messed up somewhere. So when I include this hover effect, I don't want it to be on the anchor link, I want it to be on the SVG. So right here I can also say SVG, I invoke that, and I pass the properties in here. So we are nesting the styles. So I will save that, and now it should work like I want. So there we go, now it's working correctly. Awesome. Now for mobile mode, let me look for the media query and copy paste it. I can make use of this one. I'll copy this. So I'll go to the hero section, to the hero social icons right here. I'll paste this one, and on mobile I'll want it to be at the very bottom. So I'll say bottom to be 50 px, that will be below, and then I can change the styling for the anchor link. So I'll copy this now, and then before we close our anchor, I'll paste it there. And what we will have is that we will change the height and the width. So I'll come right here, copy the height and the width, and I'll make them smaller to be 2.2 rem, and this one to be 2.2 rem, like that. So I will save, and let's see the difference in mobile mode. I will inspect right here, and look, now on mobile they are smaller and they are at the very bottom right here. And when we move up to our breaking point, then they are bigger and they are right here. So yeah, you can have multiple breaking points if you want, but the thing is we have achieved the styling and the design for the hero section, and this has been a lot of work so far. We have like completed the NavBar, the hero sections, the animations and stuff like that, and at this point you should now be good with working with the React and styled components so far. But this is it for this particular section, and now I'll be seeing you on the next one, where we will work on our about section. So I'll see you in the next one. So that is it for this free version, and if you wish to purchase my premium version, I have a link at the description section below. The full cost goes for just $5, and you'll get access to all the 15 lessons, the source code and downloadable videos. Also, if you join the channel as a member, you'll get access to the premium version as well. So yeah, go and purchase my premium version if you liked this free version, and therefore I'll see you there. So have a nice time and thank you for watching.